Alright, we're on to Exodus. Summarize Exodus and Torah. Genesis. What is that audio we used yesterday? Audio? Audio movie? With text.
Son who will be called
Jacob found out that he had married Leah, and he asked
That ain't it. It was a movie. Animated audio Bible.
In the beginning, God away empty children with heads of grain, and there he blessed.
Where is that? Genesis audio? Trying to find a video, man. There it is. The Book of Genesis. Full movie? Audio movie? So we should be looking for Exodus. Dramatized Bible. It's 3 hours long. Last one was 4 hours. Alright. So last time it was... Started with Adam and Eve. It went to... It ended with Jacob. And then Isaac. His father was Abraham. And then it ended in Joseph. Genesis main characters. It was Adam and Eve, Cain, Esau, Joseph, it was Abraham, Adam and Eve, Noah, right? And it went to Abraham, and then Isaac, and Jacob, and then Joseph. Exodus, where are we following? Somewhere in Exodus of Torah, who do we follow as the main character? Also, one thing about Genesis, it's a story of lineage. It's a lineage story of sons of Abraham. Later named Israel. It's a lineage story and passed down from generations. From generations to generations. God happens to be a character like the fairy from Peter Pan? Peter Pan. who follows. And God follows whoever the blessing is passed down to. He just follows whoever the blessing is passed down to, right? So it's not like everyone has a God that they pray to. There's one God. And it's passed down from generation to generation, from son to son. That's what it seems like. It's like a fairy tale. Birth and rescue. Moses. The main character is Moses. So we follow Moses. All right, what is Exodus about? Key moments? Do we want to spoil? Book of Genesis. Did this guy make Exodus? His video was pretty good. He got to make Exodus, right? Exodus 22. Okay, Exodus 25. How many chapters? Or modern translation. What was that website we used yesterday? What is the website you used yesterday? It was some modern translation. Hebrew Bible with modern Hebrew translation. No. Read? reformedjudaism.com. What is that? What does this mean? No. Shitty ass website. The Torah, Bereshit, Shemot. With Rashi commentary? Is this it? Contemporary translation. No. Mechanical translation? What the fuck is that shit? The Torah. No. Dude, what is that website we used yesterday? I don't know. Torah, Genesis, modern translation. Is it you? Is it you? Which one is it? Bible Gateway? Israel Bible? I think it's this one. Vocalization. There's a vocalization? The Tanakh. Exodus, there it is. We're on chapter 1. There's a version? We're gonna use this. Yep. This has how many chapters? Table of contents? There's 40 chapters. Gideon Films. He's not done with Exodus. Isaac, full Bible story. Judah and Tamar, Jacob. The Book of Genesis full movie. Is done. Okay, so he reads the chapter by chapter and then he puts it together at the end. Damn, bro, he's not done with Exodus. Wait, Exodus? This is Judges. Yeah, he's not done. Rip. Alright, Exodus. Which one has the most views? Visualized. There's like 40 chapters. It should take a long time. Should I look at the summary? Dramatized. Is there pictures? Nope, no pictures. And no pictures. It's just one picture. This is animated. They tried to animate it. Complete audio Bible. These pictures, man. Use the AI pictures. AI Bible movies. All right, let's try it.
The teacher's search for meaning. These are the words of the teacher, King David's.
What do people get in this life for all their heart? Foolish king who refuses all advice. We can't take our rich.
It's not that dramatic. It's not dramatic enough. What about you? No pictures? With pictures. I need my pictures. The Book of Exodus, the movie. Is that supposed to be God? This guy talking? It's fucking 12 hours. Holy shit.
After Joseph, his brothers, and everyone else in that generation had died, the people of Israel became so numerous that the whole region of Goshen was full of them. Many years later, a new king came to power. He did not know what Joseph had done for Egypt, and he told the Egyptians, There are too many of those Israelites in our country, and they are becoming more powerful than we are. If we don't outsmart them, their families will keep growing larger.
Okay, this is obviously
And if our
AI.
country goes to war, they could easily fight on the side of our enemies and escape from Egypt.
This is so
The
shit.
Egyptians put the
This
king
is
gave
so
orders
shit.
to his Egyptian slave bosses and leave your country.
He's monotone. Get the fuck out of here. How about you? The Book of Exodus, the movie.
The Book of Exodus. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah.
There we go.
Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin.
It's a little better.
Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls. For Joseph
This
was
is
in
excellent. It's 3 fucking chapters. One, two, three. Yeah, that's where it ends. Exodus 3.
Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty. And the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it come to pass that, when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service, wherein they made them serve, was with rigor. The king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Sephra, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, When ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? The midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied, and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bare a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could not longer hide him,
Okay, bro. What language is he speaking? Visualized. I really don't like these AI pictures. The shocking story of Moses. Or is there a summary? The Book of Exodus full movie. Is it actually full movie? Scriptures with picture. Man, these AI pictures kind of suck, bro. Stop using AI. It sucks. Book of Daniel. Book of Exodus. Man. That's not Exodus. Is there a modern version? Exodus audio. modern version. Give me a modern version. The Holy Bible? I'll take the Holy Bible. But I'm not going to take those pictures. Dramatized audio.
Exodus 1. These are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, each with his household.
Ah, shit, man.
Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher.
Man. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't have text, doesn't have pictures. At least I'll take the text.
Exodus 1. When Jacob went to Egypt,
Alright, shut
his
the
son
fuck up. Who's using bots?
Exodus 1.
Anything with texts and pictures? This is Genesis. The book of Exodus full. From the Ten Commandments. With Epic. Explained in Epic AI picture. Yeah, no. Can't find it. Wait. Full audio Bible with text. No. No pictures. None of them have pictures.
These are the names of the sons.
All right, is there an Exodus summary? Is there a long summary? The shocking story of Moses. You know what? I'll take this. If he has good audio and it gives me text, I'll take it.
The book of Exodus. These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family. Reuben, Simeon. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth.
Sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, each with his household. Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. All the descendants of Jacob were 70 persons. Joseph was already in Egypt. Then Joseph died, and all his brothers and all that generation. But the people of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people,
Behold, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us.
Okay. Can you just summarize this? Yeah, summarize. I don't know.
Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply. And, if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land.
Can I explain this? Summarize Exodus. Summarize Exodus. The plague. 10 plagues. Parting of the Red Sea. Receiving the Torah. Mediator. He acts as an intermediary between God and the Israelites throughout their journey. Birth and rescue. Miraculous survival of a baby when Pharaoh ordered the killing of Hebrew male infants. Summarize it. The second book of Torah describes the liberation of Israelites from slavery. So every Israelite is the son of Abraham, right? The Israelites leave Egypt hastily, commemorated by the festival of Passover. Themes: freedom, faith, covenant, God's guidance. All right, so what year did this take place? What year does this take place? The exact year. Just give me an estimate. 13th, data aroused in 1446 BCE. Linked to a literal reading of 1 Kings mentions 480 years between Exodus and Solomon's temple. The late date theory. Some scholars choose Exodus occurred around 1250. Early date theory, corresponding with different people. All right, so how did the map look at that time? So we're following Moses, right? Yeah. Every year. Where was that video yesterday? Is it you? No. Is it you? You? I think it might be. Alright, shut up. Nope, not that far. Not that far either. How about here? You said 1400? Right there. So Egypt is huge. Okay, yeah, so Egypt has all of Israel right now. The late date theory, 13th century BC. Some scholars suggest Exodus occurred around 1250 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses, as the city of Pi-Ramesses is mentioned in Exodus. Alternative views, some historians propose Exodus in a composite story based on multiple smaller migrations or events over time, rather than a single historical event. So it's around this era, 15th, 13th century. It's around that era, right? And how is Moses related to, what was the last character? Joseph. Distantly related members. His lineage, Ephraim, Manasseh, or adopted Jacob, became heads of their own tribes. Moses is a descendant of Levi, another of Jacob's sons. Levi's descendant. So Jacob Moses. We are here. We're at Moses. One of Joseph's brother. And then it goes on to Moses. All right. Relationship between tribes. Since Joseph and Levi are brothers, Moses and Joseph are essentially distant cousins through their shared grandfather of Jacob. However, they belong to different tribes. Levi, yeah, it doesn't matter. Although Moses and Joseph live generations apart, they are both critical figures in Israelites' history. Joseph's story explains how the Israelites came to live in Egypt, and Moses' story focuses on liberation from slavery there. So they still have Babylonia, yeah. And they said 13th century, right? How does the map look? Oh, wait a minute. You said they get liberated? Canaan Straits. Oh, it's right back. Huh? Big Egypt. Man, I really need pictures, or at least a summary. The shocking story of Moses. Is there a movie, like a general movie? Exodus, Gods and Kings, Christian movie. Reddit. I want to see a movie. Really that bad of a movie? Thinking about watching it. Negative reviews. Historically inaccurate. Is there a good movie? Gods and Kings? Is there a film? You're telling me nobody ever thought of making a movie? Over 100 years of like cinema. Nobody thought of making a movie out of Exodus? Exodus isn't more well known. What is this? What the fuck is that? That ain't Exodus. Hebrew film? Hebrew, Exodus, Gods and Kings. IMDb, is it good? It has a 6. The defiant leader Moses rises up against Egyptian Pharaoh Ramses II. Alright, is there a movie? A movie, documentary, or film of Exodus? Yes, there are several movies. The 10 Commandments, 56. 10 Commandments. Is this a good movie? It seems like it.
Teach thee. Have not obeyed the Lord. So let it be done.
Really? You have to buy or rent it. No. The Prince of Egypt. Which ones are accurate to the Bible? The 10 Commandments, moderately faithful, closely follows the key events from Exodus, including Moses' adoption. The liberty is Prince of Egypt. Moderately faithful but simplified. Exodus, Kings, loosely faithful. Documentaries focus on evidence rather than narrative. Speculative, more faithful. The 10 Commandments and the Prince of Egypt captures the spirit of a story but simplifies it for a younger audience. It adds embellishments for cinematic appeal. I don't know. The complete story of Moses like you've never seen before. God damn it, man. Should we just read a summary of it?
Therefore they set taskmasters over them to afflict them with heavy burdens. They built for Pharaoh store cities, Pithom and Raamses. But the more they were...
Alright, how about just pictures? Pictures by chapters. Exodus images. Moses flees. God calls Moses at burning bush. Moses returns to Egypt. Pharaoh refuses to let Israelites go. God promises to deliver the Israelites. First plague, Nile River turned to blood. I know the Nile River. The second, third, and fourth plagues, frogs, lice, and flies. Fifth, sixth, and seventh plagues, livestock, boils, and hail. Eighth, ninth plagues, locust and darkness. Tenth plague, the death of the firstborn. Passover, firstborn males, Pharaoh's regrets, Song of a song to praise God. Manna for Israelites, water from the rock. Jethro visits Moses in wilderness, arrival at Mount Sinai, 10 Commandments. Rules for slaves, murderers, and other offenses. Rules for worship and holiness, 3 annual festivals. Covenant confirmed. Missing cover. Golden calf. Moses intercedes for Israelites for renewal of the covenant. Contributions for the tabernacle. These are the pictures. I need pictures, man.
Pressed, the more they multiplied, and the more they spread abroad. And the Egyptians were in dread of the people of Israel. So they ruthlessly made the people of Israel work as slaves, and made their lives bitter with hard service, in mortar and brick, and in all kinds of work in the field. In all their work they ruthlessly made them work as slaves. Then the king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah, and the other Puah,
When you serve as
Stop. 10 Commandments. Can I just watch this? It's all YouTube. Or what about a document? Is there an audio reading with pictures? Yes, there are several audiovisual presentations. Holy Bible Exodus 1, Contemporary English. The Holy Bible audio with text. Along with audio, video, text. Okay. Yeah, whatever.
midwife to the Hebrew women and see them on the birth stool. If it is a son, you shall kill him. But if it is a daughter, she shall live.
But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but let the male children live. So the king of Egypt called the midwives and said to them,
Why have you done this, and let the male children live?
The midwives said to Pharaoh,
Because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous and give birth before the midwife comes to them.
So God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and grew very strong. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families. Then Pharaoh commanded all his people,
Every son that is born to the Hebrews you shall cast into the Nile, but you shall let every daughter live.
What? Why?
Exodus 2.
You don't have to read the chapter.
Now a man from the house of Levi went and took as his wife a Levite woman. The woman conceived and bore a son, and when she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him 3 months. When she could hide him no longer, she took for him a basket made of bulrushes, and daubed it with bitumen and pitch. She put the child in it, and placed it among the reeds by the riverbank. And his sister stood at a distance to know what would be done to him. Now the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river, while her young women walked beside the river. She saw the basket among the reeds, and sent her servant woman, and she took it. When she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the baby was crying. She took pity on him and said,
This is one of the Hebrews' children.
Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and call you a nurse from the Hebrew women to nurse the child for you?
And Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Go.
So the girl went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Take this child away and nurse him for me, and I will give you your wages.
So the woman took the child and nursed him. When the child grew up, she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses.
Because,
she said,
I drew him out of the water.
One day, when Moses had grown up, he went out to his people and looked on their burdens. And he saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his people. He looked this way and that, and seeing no one, he struck down the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. When he went out the next day, behold, two Hebrews were struggling together. And he said to the man in the wrong,
"Why do you strike your companion?"
He answered,
"Who made you a prince and a judge over us?
The one in the
Do
wrong.
you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?"
Then Moses was afraid and thought,
"Surely the thing is known."
When Pharaoh heard of it, he sought to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh and stayed in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. The shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and saved them and watered their flock. When they came home to their father Reuel, he said,
"How is it that you have come home so soon today?"
Wait a minute. Let me just hear the
Why
voice.
have you returned so early today?
Oh, that's
They
not bad.
An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock.
And where is he? Reuel asked his daughters. Why did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat. Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying, "I have become a foreigner in a foreign land." During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God.
You know what? Where's that dude yesterday? Gideon Films, yes. He's got to read it. Playlist? Book of Jeremiah, yeah, 32 Exodus? How about just Exodus? Posts. What? He did Revelations. He's a Christian guy, right? Exodus 25, we're looking for Exodus 1. That's 10. Did you do like 1 through 10 or something? No. It's 14. I guess.
Egypt with Jacob, each with his family. Reuben, Simeon, Joseph was already in Egypt. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. But the Israelites were fruitful and multiplied greatly and became exceedingly numerous.
This is so much
So
better.
that the land was filled with them. Then a new king, who did not know about Joseph, came to power in Egypt. He said to his people,
"Look, the Israelites have become much too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become even more numerous." And
All right, who is this guy? Were the Egyptians ancient ever xenophobic of Israel's And is there a record of it? Relation between Egyptian and Israelite or Hebrews is complex, and the extent of which Egyptian were xenophobic towards Israel is undue. Okay, population concerns. Oppression and slavery. Pharaoh enslaved the Israelites, imposed harsh labor, and ordered the killing of male infants to suppress their growth. And suppressed, but that's in the Bible. Is there historical context? Link Israelites to the Hyksos, Semitic people who ruled northern Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period. After Egyptian, there may have been lingering distress and prejudice. So this is where we're at, 1650. And they said northern Egypt. 1650s, there we go. After Egyptians expelled the Hyksos, there might have been lingering distress. So they expelled the Semitic people. Egyptian texts describe Hyksos negatively, calling them foreign rulers and emphasizing their foreignness. General Egyptian xenophobia. Ancient Egyptians often viewed themselves as culturally superior and referred the outsiders as barbarians. Egyptian literature, like the Tale of Sinew, portrays foreigners as uncivilized and threatening to the Egyptian order. Records of Semitic people in Egypt. Inscriptions like those at Beni Hassan and Amara letters document Semitic groups living or migrating to Egypt, though they are not explicitly linked with the biblical Israelites. The Merneptah still mentions Israel as a group defeated. They were defeated in Canaan, suggesting awareness of this group outside Egypt rather than inside. Historical evidence of Israelite treatment. There is no concrete biblical record explicitly documenting xenophobia towards Israelites during their supposed time in Egypt. However, biblical narrative reflects broader patterns as just stressed. The Hyksos. Are these the Israelites? Were a group of foreign rulers who ruled parts of Egypt from around 1638 to 1530 BCE. The word Hyksos is a Greek version of the Egyptian title Hekakasat, which means rulers of foreign lands. Hyksos moved into Egypt from Western Asia. After 1800 BCE, Hyksos settled in the Nile Delta, where they became successful farmers. Capital. Islamic capital contribution introduced many innovations, including methods for making bronze, horse chariot, and composite bow. These are the Hyksos. Yeah, seems like...
If war breaks out, we'll join our enemies, fight against us, and leave the country.
So they put slave masters over them to oppress them with forced labor. And they built Pithon and Ramesses as store cities for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread. So the Egyptians came to dread the...
It's kind of like the Palestinians right now.
...the Israelites and worked them ruthlessly. They made their lives bitter with hard labor in brick and mortar and with all kinds of work in the fields. In all their hard labor, the Egyptians used them ruthlessly. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shiphrah and Puah,
"When you help the Hebrew women in childbirth and observe them on the delivery stool, if it is a boy, kill him. But if it is a girl, let her live."
The midwives, however, feared God and did not do what the king of Egypt had told them to do. They let the boys live. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them,
"Why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live?"
The midwives answered Pharaoh,
"Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive."
So God was kind to the midwives, and the people increased and became even more numerous. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families of their own. Then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people:
"Every boy that is born you must throw into the Nile. but let every girl live.
Exodus 2. The Nile.
Now a man of the house of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could hide him no longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her
That is
attendants were
not the Pharaoh's
walking
daughter.
along the riverbank.
They look European.
She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her slave girl to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him.
This is one of the Hebrew babies.
You're telling me this
Then
is
his
Levi's
sister
son,
asked Pharaoh's
Moses.
daughter,
Shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you?
Yes, go.
and the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you.
So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying,
I drew him out of the water.
He's a water boy.
One day,
he split the
after
seas,
Moses
right?
had grown up, he went out to where his own people were and watched them at their hard labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own people. Glancing this way and that and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand.
So these are technically Hyksos, right? The Hyksos were foreign rulers who ruled parts of Egypt. So by definition, like, it's not a race. This is a these are Hyksos is an immigrant. So what's his name? Joseph. He would be a Hyksos. Was Joseph a Hyksos? No, Joe. What do you mean? What do you mean he's not a Hyksos? Believe stories of Joseph, rather rooted in the Hyksos period in Egypt, Joseph's time. How do we know? This period was well before the period of Hyksos. There's no evidence that Joseph was Hyksos himself. But, like, he's a foreign person that came to Egypt and ruled Egypt. So isn't that, by definition, a Hyksos? He was the first of his family established within Egypt, and the Hyksos Pharaoh and Joseph. Academic biblical? He's in Hyksos, right? Hyksos were a group of foreign rulers. As you know, 15th dynasty of Egypt, ruled by Canaanite kings, has nothing directly to do with the story of Joseph. In recent years, scholars have placed Joseph's story either in the late Persian period or early Hellenistic period. Served as the diaspora novella, there's a strong case to be made that it shares more similarities. A group. He's one of the groups. Right? Was Joseph a Hyksos? Intriguing and speculative. There is no definitive evidence linking Joseph to Hyksos. But like, by definition, a Hyksos is a person who comes from a foreign land and rules over parts of Egypt. That's a Hyksos. Or a group of Semitic peoples who came to rule. Okay, what about Moses? Is also, what do you mean is speculative? It's by definition, right? Is he not an immigrant? That's like saying JFK, who came from Ireland, is not related to immigrants. Hyksos just means immigrants, is it not? Were expelled from Egypt around 1550 by Mose, founder of the 18th dynasty. Oppression, but like it lines up perfectly. The year, Semitic people ruling Egypt. Cultural memory. Some scholars suggest that the Israelites, who were possibly part of the Semitic underclass in Egypt, may have incorporated memories of the Hyksos expulsion from their own narrative of liberation. Hyksos as predecessors. The presence of Hyksos may have set a precedent for Semitic groups living in Egypt, influencing the treatment of Israelites during Moses' time. Moses in Achan 10, who introduced monotheistic worship in Egypt, while speculative the connection emphasizes cultural and religious overlaps rather than Hyksos ties. Moses is unlikely by historical memories. Hyksos' rule and expulsion may have indirectly influenced Exodus narrative. The oppression of Semitic peoples in Egypt after Hyksos period aligns with biblical account of Israelite slavery, providing possible historical backdrop of Moses' story. I'm just going to call it Hyksos. What do you mean he's not a Hyksos? Rulers of foreign lands, Hilton country. Like, this is not a race. This is a definition. While much is understood, we know Hyksos comprised of a small group of Western Asian individuals who ruled northern Egypt, especially the Delta during the Second Intermediate period. Yeah, it lines up perfectly. Dynasty of Palestinian origin. That's bullshit. Moses is a Hyksos. Joseph is a Hyksos.
The next day he went out and saw two Hebrews fighting.
Fuck it, man. I'm just gonna call it Hyksos. I don't care.
He asked the one in the wrong,
"Why are you hitting your fellow Hebrew?"
All right. They're using a new term, Hebrew. What is a Hebrew? And why is it called a Hebrew? They started, what is this? It's an ethnic group. Ancient Semitic-speaking people who are considered ancestors of Israelites. Later, the Jews. Okay? But like, where does it come from? The Israelites. And the reason they call it Israelites is because Abraham was named Israel, right? And then all of his sons were called Israelites later on. So when you say Hebrew, it means the son of Abraham, the sons of Abraham. Whoever has DNA related to him, that's a Hebrew. Why is it called Hebrew? If you debate, Iber. Habiru. Yep, that's Hebrew. Or Apiro, ancient term found in Mesopotamian texts referring to a class of semi-nomadic peoples were outcasts. Some scholars believe the term may have been used to describe early Hebrews, particularly during periods of wandering. Hebrews used ancient civilization to the Semitic people who became the Israelites. Biblical usage? Descendants of Abraham. Yep, that's what I use. In the book, Moses is referred to as a Hebrew, and the Israelites are also called Hebrews. It's the same thing. Hebrews refers to early nomadic ancestors of Israelites before they established the kingdom of Israel. Israelites, the descendants of Jacob, one of the patriarchs who became a distinct people with their own kingdom after the Exodus. Jews, the descendant of Israelites after Babylon exile. In later periods, particularly when the kingdom of Judah became the main surviving entity. So they go through different names, but it's like the thing is you have ancestral DNA from Abraham, who's later called Israel or Israelite, right?
And said,
"Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?"
Then Moses was afraid and thought,
"What I did must have become known.
When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in Midian, where he sat down by a well. Now a priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill the troughs to water their father's flock. Some shepherds came along and drove them away. But Moses got up and came to their rescue and watered their flock. When the girls returned to Reuel, their father, he asked them,
"Why have you returned so early today?"
An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock.
"And where is he? Why did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat."
Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying,
"I have become an alien in a foreign land."
During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them.
Gibeon Films, Exodus 30. Dude, I just gotta add this to watch more or watch later. I'm gonna sign in. Is there a watch later? Alright, Exodus 30.
Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the far side of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. So Moses thought,
"I will go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up."
When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush.
"Moses, Moses."
"Here I am."
"Do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob."
At this, Moses hid his face, because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said,
"I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey, the home of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. And now the cry of the Israelites has reached me. and I have seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt.
But Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?"
I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain.
Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, "The God of your fathers has sent me to you," and they ask me, "What is his name?" Then what shall I tell them?
I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. Say to the Israelites, "The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name by which I am to be remembered from generation to generation. Go, assemble the elders of Israel, and say to them, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, appeared to me and said, I have watched over you and have seen what has been done to you in Egypt. And I have promised to bring you up out of your misery in Egypt into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites.
Despite they have their own
a
language.
land flowing with milk and honey. The elders of Israel will listen to you. Then you and the elders are to go to the king of Egypt and say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. Let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand compels him. So I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all the wonders that I will perform among them.
Good to see you too. Welcome back.
He will let you go. And I will make the Egyptians favorably disposed toward this people, so that when you leave, you will not go empty-handed. Every woman is to ask her neighbor and any woman living in her house for articles of silver and gold, and for clothing which you will put on your sons and daughters. And so you will plunder the Egyptians.
Refresh.
Do not believe me or listen to me and say, the Lord did not appear to you.
Then the Lord said to him,
What is that in your hand?
A staff.
Throw it on the ground.
Moses threw it on the ground, and it became a snake, and he ran from it. Then the Lord said to him,
The Christian Bale?
Reach out your hand and take it by the tail.
Name was Exodus Gods and Monsters. What is this? Gods and Kings? I've heard about it. People are saying it's pretty bad. It's Gods and Kings, right? Does it have Christian Bale in it? Yep, that's the one. Oh, is this the one? People are saying it's bad. Is Gods and Kings really that bad? I thought about watching it. Is it different from the Mills classic version? Embodiment of God that saw in the little boy. Is it faithful to the Bible? It was outstanding. Visuals, color range with ADR. Let me see a trailer. Christian Bale performance? Well, first of all, I want it to be faithful. Why does it have such a low rating?
Moses, brother, have you come to negotiate?
I don't think so. I came to tell you something is coming that is far beyond you and I. Unless you set my people free.
Moses, who has been telling you this?
God.
I am a god.
I am a god!
Let's just see who's
That's
more
the family,
effective at killing.
right? The locust?
You. Your god or me? You send assassins to kill me. Next time, do it yourself.
Visuals. I was looking for visuals. Like, I was looking for audiobooks with pictures in it. Exodus, Gods and Kings. I was looking for it too. Here's the Ten Commandments, Prince of Egypt, Exodus. It says it's loosely faithful. Covers some key events like Moses' leadership, plague, and the Red Sea crossing. Heavily reimagines Moses' characters, doubts about his mission, portrays God as a child, and offers naturalistic explanation for miracles, diverging significantly from Torah. Yeah. So I guess it's for entertainment, but I'm trying to turn into a Jew right now. So I gotta stick to the scriptures.
So Moses reached out and took hold of the snake, and it turned back into a staff in his hand.
This is so that they may believe that the Lord, the God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has appeared to you. Put your hand inside your cloak.
So Moses put his hand into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was leprous like snow.
Now, put it back into your cloak.
So Moses put his hand back into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was...
But you know what? Maybe I can watch it later. Maybe I can finish this book and then watch it later.
...restored like the rest of his flesh. Then the Lord said,
If they do not believe you, or pay attention to the first miraculous sign, they may believe the second. But if they do not believe these two signs, or listen to you, take some water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground. The water you take from the river will become blood on the ground.
Oh, Lord, I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of
They said it
speech.
turns into blood? Wait, hold on. But they killed all the babies and then threw it in the river, right? So it's actual blood.
Tongue.
Who gave man his mouth? Who makes him deaf?
Was there an actual event like that? Was, historically, was the Nile River ever red? The Nile has never been truly red in literal sense, but historical references to the Nile appearing red are often linked to natural phenomena that causes rivers to take on a reddish tint. Here's a few instances where the Nile might have been described as red. Biblical, we're not looking for it. Biblical natural causes. The red algae blooms can turn the water red. If such an event occurred in Nile, it could have occurred as river turned to appear red. How many times you eat? Like once. I ate at night, like 8 o'clock. Flooding and heavy rainfall. During the annual flooding of the Nile, heavy rains in Ethiopian highlands can carry large amounts of reddish soil. So it can turn red. Let me see. Red Nile River. Yep, once a day, maybe twice. So it does occur. Has mysteriously turned red. So the Nile River does turn red. At what time? Probably at night, 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. It's algae. It's red algae.
For mute.
So I guess
Who
it
gets his
happens.
sight or makes him blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak and will teach you what to say.
Oh Lord, please send someone else to do it.
Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said,
What about your brother Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and his heart will be glad when he sees you. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak and will teach you what
If you
to
had
do.
your food at 8 p.m., then your next meal at the next day at 8 p.m.? Yeah, pretty much. I do have snacks though. Like I have chocolate here. So if I'm extra hungry, I might have a little snack.
Speak to the people for you, and it will be as if he were your mouth, and as if you were God to him. But take this staff in your hand, so you can perform miraculous signs with it.
Don't you feel hungry?
Then Moses went
Not
back
really.
to Jethro, his father-in-law,
Well,
and
if I'm
said
hungry, I'll eat, but I get hungry at about 8 o'clock.
to him,
Let me go back to my own people in Egypt to see if any of them are still alive.
Go, and I wish you well.
Now the Lord had said to Moses in Midian,
Go back to Egypt, for all the men who wanted to kill you are dead.
So Moses took his wife and sons, put them on a donkey, and started back to Egypt. And he took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses,
When you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the power to do. But I will harden his heart, so that he will not let the people go. Then say to Pharaoh, This is what the Lord says. Israel is my firstborn son. And I told you, let my son go so
Alright,
he may
thanks, bro.
worship me. But you refused to let him go. So I will kill your firstborn son.
Thanks for the sandwiches.
At a lodging place on the way, the Lord met Moses and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it.
I don't get this foreskin thing. What's up with the foreskin?
A flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it.
Like I assume it's like a piercing thing.
Bridegroom of blood to me.
So the Lord let him alone. At that time she said, Bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron,
Go into the desert to meet Moses.
So he met Moses at the mountain of God and kissed him. Then Moses told Aaron everything the Lord had sent him to say, and also about all the miraculous signs he had commanded him to perform. Moses and Aaron brought together all the elders of the Israelites, and Aaron told them everything the Lord had said to Moses. He also
How does it
performed the
taste?
signs
Tastes like
before the people,
chocolates.
and they believed. And when they heard that the Lord was concerned about them and had seen their misery, they bowed down and worshipped.
Bricks without straw. Israelite slaves in Egypt. What did the ancient Egyptians call Israelites? Ancient Egyptians did not have a single specific term for Israelites, but they often referred to them in a few ways. Apiru or Hapiru. Hapiru, which is Hebrew. Canaanites. 1 meal a day. Do you end up losing some weight or muscle? Nah, it's been the same. Like, I don't always eat 1 meal a day. I just eat when I'm hungry. I only eat when I'm hungry, which happens to be at 8 o'clock at night. The Egyptians were aware of Israel as a distinct group, but they often referred to as a part of largest Semitic or foreign population. Okay, so like Hyksos. Yes, there are some similarities between how Hyksos and Israelites were perceived in ancient Egypt, particularly in terms of Semitic origins in relation to Egypt. Hyksos. These are the Israelites. These are the people. Israelites. Yep, basically.
Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said,
"This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the desert."
Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go.
The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, or he may strike us with plagues or with a sword.
Was I ever in a relationship? Nope.
Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to your work. Look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you are stopping them from working.
That same day, Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and foremen in charge of the people.
You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw.
Yep.
But require them to make the same number
Actually,
of
maybe in
bricks as
college?
before. Don't reduce
I was talking
the
with someone
quota.
for a while.
They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, "Let us go and sacrifice to our God."
I wouldn't
Make
call that a
the work
relationship,
harder
though.
for the men, so that they keep working and pay no attention to lies.
Then the slave drivers and the foremen went out and said to the people,
"This is what Pharaoh says. I will not give you any more straw. Go and get your own straw wherever you can find it. But your work will not be reduced at all."
So the people scattered all over Egypt to gather stubble to use for straw. The slave drivers kept pressing them, saying,
"Complete the work required of you for each day, just as when you had straw."
The Israelite foremen appointed by Pharaoh's slave drivers were beaten and were asked,
"Why didn't you meet your quota of bricks yesterday or today as before?"
No, I just talked to someone.
Then the Israelite foreman
I
went
think
to
she
appeal
liked
to
me.
Pharaoh.
Why have you treated your servants this way? Your servants are given no straw, yet we are told make bricks. Your servants are being beaten, but the fault is with your own people.
Lazy. That's what you are. Lazy. That is why you keep saying, "Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord." Now get to work. You will not be given any straw, yet you must produce your full quota of bricks.
Straw? What do you mean straw? Bricks and straws. What do you mean produce straws? The phrase bricks and straws is a reference to Israel's experience as slaves in Egypt, where Pharaoh made them work harder by reducing the amount of straw they are given, while still requiring them to make the same number of bricks each day. Bricks without straw. Like she told you, she invited me to Valentine. And I went, had chocolate, and then stopped talking after that? I don't know.
Israelite foremen realized they were in trouble when they were told,
"You are not to reduce the number of bricks required of you for each day."
When they left Pharaoh, they found Moses and Aaron waiting to meet them, and they said,
May the Lord look upon you and judge you. You have made us a stench to Pharaoh, and his officials have put a sword in their hand to kill us.
Moses returned to the
Nope,
Lord and
haven't
said,
talked to her in years.
"O Lord, why have you brought trouble upon this people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has brought trouble upon this people, and you have not rescued your people at all."
Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. Because of my mighty hand, he will let them go. Because of my mighty hand, he will drive them out of his country. I I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty. But by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known to them. I also established my covenant with them to give them the
Relationship
land
we're
of
not thinking
Canaan,
about.
where they lived
Maybe? No, not really.
as aliens. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the Israelites whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have
I mean, maybe I'll be
remembered my
interested
covenant.
later.
Therefore, say to the Israelites, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. I will free you from being slaves to them, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with mighty acts of judgment. I will take you as my own people, and I will be your God.
Yeah, maybe.
Then you will know that I am the Lord your God, who brought you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. And I will bring you to the land I swore with uplifted hand to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to you as a possession. I am the Lord.
Moses reported this to the Israelites, but they did not listen to him because of their discouragement and cruel bondage. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the Israelites go out of his country.
How's Spanish?
But Moses said to the
I
Lord,
tried for about
If the
5
Israelites will not
hours
listen to me,
total.
why would Pharaoh listen to me, since I speak with faltering lips?
Now the Lord spoke to
I mean,
Moses.
I guess I can understand like the basics, like the very basics, like on Duolingo.
Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
But I'm focused on turning into a Jew now, I guess.
He commanded them to bring the Israelites out of Egypt. These were the heads of their families. The sons of Reuben, firstborn son of Israel, were Hanok and Palu, Hezron and Carmi. These were the clans of Reuben. The sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. These were the clans of Simeon. These were the names of the sons of Levi according to their records: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Levi lived 137 years. The sons of Gershon by clans were Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Kohath lived 133 years. The sons of Merari were Malai and Mushai. These were the clans of Levi according to their records. Amram married his father's sister, Jochebed, who bore him Aaron and Moses. Amram lived
What do I think about
137
the
years.
planet Jupiter?
The sons
I don't think much of
Izhar
it.
were Korah, Nephi.
I think about Mars much more than Jupiter. Jupiter. It's pretty big, I guess. Why? What's up with Jupiter? Atmospheric winds penetrate Jupiter in a cylindrical manner. Any news on it? Why Mars? Because I guess we're colonizing it. Elon Musk is trying to colonize it. Also, what is that movie? WALL-E? Doesn't that take place on Mars? Left Earth, spends his days tidying up the planet one piece of garbage at a time. But during 700 years, WALL-E has developed personality and is much more than a lonely da-da-da-da. He's AI. WALL-E is AI. WALL-E location. He's on Mars, right? Located in several places. He's on Earth? WALL-E's on Earth. Jupiter has many moons. Oh. Jupiter. Moons. Europa. Yeah, they do have many moons. There's a 3D model.
Fig, and Zikri. The sons of Uzziel were Mishael, Elzaphan, and Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab and sister of Nashon.
Biggest planet.
And she bore him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korah were Asher, Elkanah,
Do I stay alone or at my home? Or with parents? I'm at my parents.
And Abiasaph. These were the Korahite clans.
I did live on my own for like a year or two.
Eleazar,
And then my mom bought a
son of
house
Aaron,
and she's like, hey, you just stay here. And so I did.
married one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These were the heads of the Levite families, clan by clan. It was this same Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said,
Bring the Israelites out of Egypt by their divisions.
They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing the Israelites
Yep.
out of Egypt. It was the same Moses and Aaron.
Like when I was playing Red Dead
Now, when the
Redemption,
Lord spoke
I was
to
alone.
Moses in Egypt, he said to him,
I am the Lord. Tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, everything I tell you.
But Moses said to the Lord,
Since I speak with faltering lips, why would Pharaoh listen to me?
It was pretty good. I was staying alone. It was pretty good.
to Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Well, as long as there's air conditioning and internet, it's the same.
People go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the water. Wait on the bank of the Nile to meet him, and take in your hand the staff.
I guess the only difference is my mom calls me downstairs.
Then say to him, The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, Let my people go so that they may worship me in the desert. But until now you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. By this you will know that I am the Lord. With the staff that is in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink. The Egyptians will not be able to drink its water.
The Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the streams and canals, over the ponds and all the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood. Blood will be everywhere in Egypt, even in the wooden buckets and stone jars.
Moses and Aaron did
even in the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood. Over the streams and canals, over the ponds and all the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood.
It's algae. Nile River. Red algae. It's algae, it's not blood. The blood Nile River was just bacterial algae. Atheism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What blood? Exodus is mythical. The Egyptians never had any significant populations of Israelite or Semitic slaves. Moses was also considered mythical. The entire book is inspired by Second Babylonian exile, which did not actually occur anywhere near the Nile. The entire story is a myth. Egypt never held millions of Hebrew slaves. Exodus is a fiction with no historical or archaeological evidence to it. You don't need a scientific explanation or myths. Or it was all bullshit. I think it's like 1,000 years old. So maybe they mistook it.
Blood will be everywhere in Egypt,
How many?
even in the wooden buckets and stone jars.
Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water.
Whoa, what? Did it smell bad? How many slaves? Difficult to examine. But scholars agree that slavery was present in Egypt, though the scale and nature of slavery evolved over time. Debt slavery, prisoners of war, servitude, estimated numbers. I think about 10 to 20% of the population. Do you like reading books? Audiobooks, maybe? Like at night, I listen to audiobooks and just walk. Social status slaves. Alright, so when the Nile River turns red because of algae, does it smell bad or kill fish? Yes, when Nile River experiences red tide caused by red algae blooms, it can lead to both unpleasant smells and harm to aquatic life. Here's why. Okay, so it's red algae. The Blood River is just red algae.
Blood was everywhere in Egypt. But the Egyptian magicians did the same things by their secret arts. And Pharaoh's heart became hard. He would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said.
How often does red algae tide occur in the Nile River? I don't even think God exists, so I'm an atheist, I guess. Trying to turn into a Jew. Red algae blooms, red tides are not common, regular occurrences, but they can happen under certain conditions, not well documented. However, some factors influence their potential red occurrence in Nile. Nutrients levels are often triggered by excess nutrients in water, nitrogen, Algae blooms on warmer temperatures. There's a cycle. So like once a year, a few months, every decade. How often? The occurrence of red algae blooms over red tides is relatively rare and not well documented. There are no records indicate that red tides happen once a year or even on a regular seasonal basis. However, who do you think made humans? Probably DNA evolved from it. The blooms could potentially occur in certain conditions, would be sporadic rather than regular events. Happen sporadically depending on the environment. This means they might occur every few years or even once a decade depending on the changes in agriculture. Okay. So it's not an annual event, it's like every few years. Conclusion. What about Earth? A bunch of atoms? Whatever the Big Bang Theory is.
Instead, he turned and went into his palace and did not take even this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile to get drinking water, because they could not drink the water of the river. 7 days passed after the Lord struck the Nile. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Go to Pharaoh and say to him, this is what the Lord says.
Do we go somewhere after
Let
death?
my people go so that they may worship
I guess you turn into dust.
If you
Turn
refuse to let
into
them go,
dead
I will
meat.
plague your whole country with frogs. The Nile will teem with frogs. They will come up into your palace and your bedroom and onto your bed, into the houses of your officials and on your people, and into your ovens and kneading troughs. The frogs will go up on you and your people and all your officials."
Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Tell Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the streams and canals and ponds, and make frogs come up on the land of Egypt."
So Aaron stretched
Alright, what is that thing? It's not atheist, but it's like whatever happens to be. Agonistic? Yeah. Agonistic. Religion. I just don't think about religion that much. As a philosophical religion, the sense of higher powers, I just got it's either unknown or unknown. I just don't care.
out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. But the magicians...
Right, red algae during red algae. Do frogs... Is there an excess of frogs? There's no clear connection between red algae blooms or excess of frogs and the Nile River. Ever watched WWE wrestling? Nope. Nah, I'm not up to date with it. I guess I know some characters in it, like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is from it, right? And what with the Hulk Hogan, and then Undertaker. Like I know some characters from it, but that's about it. I'm not into wrestling.
did the same things by their secret arts. They also made
I'm not even sure where to start with WWE. Where to start with WWE? Start with WrestleMania 34. Maybe I'll do a getting into wrestling after this. To do weekly episodes. Storylines. Honestly, just jump in. Undertaker. Favorite WWE star? Well, that's the thing. I don't watch it. I just know some characters in it. I guess Dwayne? The Rock? But only because he's like into the social media thing. Stone Cold Steve Austin. What does he do? Stone Cold, American media personality, actor, producer, retired wrestler. Let me see some videos of him. Best moments.
Michael's going for another kick. Austin, he got...
A stunner. There are many videos of him giving stunners to others. Let me see. Cold, Stone, Steve Austin, Stunner. Is this what he's famous for?
You can kiss my ass.
Yeah, that's pretty overdramatic. $25 years. God damn. Yeah, it's pretty early. Look at him. His overreaction. And the judge too. Like everyone's overdramatic. There's a stunt. I thought The Undertaker was pretty funny too. Like where he just gets up. Getting up.
And out somehow, looking to put The Undertaker away.
Yeah, that shit is hilarious, man. Like this has got to be comedy.
Pump with a vice locked in. Here's a 2 count. And Undertaker has the...
That's just fucking comedy, bro.
Look at this. Get through the table last week. Cover. Undertaker sits up in 2.
Just yeah, you didn't kill me. And the bells too. Alright, anyways, getting back to Moses.
Frogs come up on the land of Egypt. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
"Pray to the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people, and I will let your people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord."
Moses said to Pharaoh,
"I leave to you the honor of setting the time for me to pray for you and your officials and
Yeah, what got me into the Undertaker was that dude, Super Eye Patch Wolf? Super Eye Patch Wolf. Yeah, he's the one that got me into The Undertaker. You gotta watch this thing, it's pretty good.
your people, that you and your houses may be rid of the frogs, except for those that remain in the Nile. Tomorrow, it will be as you say, so that you may know there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will leave you and your houses, your officials, and your people. They will remain only in the Nile.
After Moses and Aaron left Pharaoh, Moses cried out to the Lord about the frogs he had brought on Pharaoh. And the Lord did what Moses asked. The frogs died in the houses, in the courtyards, and in the fields. They were piled into heaps, and the land reeked of them. But when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart and would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said. And the Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron, stretch out your
Rock
staff and
stunner
strike
reaction.
the dust of the ground, and throughout the land of Egypt, the dust will become gnats.
They did this. And when Aaron stretched out his hand with the staff and struck the dust of the ground, gnats came upon men and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats.
The Rock overselling Cold Stoner. I'm guessing it's this one. Whatever he's reacting to.
Guys, am I really YouTube yet? I got Thunder. Y'all know what I'm talking about, where he does a big backflip and just looks absolutely insane. Something different.
Original video. Video isn't available anymore.
Guys, am I really? Me tab saying the top 2 I talked about before we jump into it. So make sure you
Hey, just give me the watch !V. Just give me the video ID. Rock reacts to Stunner. Cold Stunners to the Rock. Is this one, right? Nobody sells Stunner like the Rock does. Must watch. Yeah, it's pretty good. He's pretty good. He did a flip. He does like that 180 where he's on his head. God damn, bruh. That overreaction. He's doing a fucking headstand. And he's just a little worm. I guess that's the reason why he's popular. Yeah, he's the reaction man. He has the best reactions out of any wrestler. What is this? Why are you saying he's Jesus? It's just auto-played. What is he doing nowadays? How old is he? And he's retired, right? Here's how to perform a Cold Stone Stunner. Kick the opponent in the gut. He's just bouncing off and doing a headstand. Grab the opponent, sit on your butt. Run your shoulder into the opponent's chin. I want to know his age. 64. He goddamn boomer. He's almost Trump age. Last match. He's 58. So he's been doing this for 25 years. He's 33. He started in his 30s. How old is Rock? The Rock age 52. The Rock is younger than him. Stun. He don't want to Trump. He nails Trump. Yeah, how old was Trump back then? WrestleMania, that is 2001. WWE 23. That ain't it. WrestleMania 23. 2007? So Donald Trump was 18 years ago. Trump is 78, so he's 60 when he's doing this shit. He's 60 years old doing this shit.
Austin Lashley and Trump celebrating with a cold one. Mr. McMahon won't be celebrating.
They're saying, people are saying getting into WrestleMania in 34. Where to start with WWE? Reddit? With 12. Start now or at WrestleMania 40 or next weekend. Kind of perfect time to start. WrestleMania is made knowing it's the only show fans watch all year. 78. Vince McMahon. Oh, that's the CEO. He's making business, former professional. He's 78. 79. He's the same age as Trump. Was he also a wrestler or was he just a businessman? He was a promoter. Late Stage Limit is a co-founder. He's a founder of the modern WWE. His projects have included World Bodybuilding Federation, XFL Football League. He's a Hulk Hogan. He bought Hulk Hogan. Where do you find popularity? All right, so this guy's the businessman. He's the mastermind behind it. He debuted in 16. Does he ever wrestle? He wrestles. Official trailer. What do you mean?
People have wondered who I really am. You know, portrayals me that I'm a bad guy. But no one really knows me.
In the world of professional wrestling,
Vince McMahon.
he's easy to hate. What you expect,
I don't fight fair.
that's exactly what you're gonna get.
Is it out?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to All American Wrestling.
From his transformation of the WWE from a small regional business to a global entertainment powerhouse, to the explosive sexual misconduct allegation, led to his eventual... He resigned? He resigned. Is that why he resigned? This 6-episode series offers a deep dive into McMahon's life and during franchise, called over 200 years of interviews. Damn, he resigned over sexual misconduct.
Vince created this huge empire,
I think he could have kept going.
juggernaut.
He did things no one thought were possible.
But you know, maybe he'll be back. Maybe he'll be back.
Everything he did turned to gold.
He definitely voted for Trump. From the executive producer of The Tiger King. Tiger King. I heard it was pretty good. The Tiger King. The Doc Antle story. 7.5. That's pretty good for a documentary. Yep. 100%. And I saw Hulk Hogan endorsing him. It was pretty crazy. The Tiger King. All right, what is this documentary? McMahon. IMDb. 2024. It just came out. Something that's pretty good. It's doing better than Tiger King. I might watch it.
There were so many scandals going on.
On trial for steroids.
So how long is it? 4 episodes so far? 6 episodes. I'll probably watch it. The Finish. Jr. follows his father's footsteps, takes his family business from independent wrestling. So the business was owned by his family. In the real world, wrestling superstars and storylines, President Vince's reputation attracts scandal and scrutiny in the media. The lines between reality and kayfabe start to blur. With the Monday Night Wars in motions, new era begins at WWE. Vince takes on a new bold persona programming. The finish. After tragedy draws attention to wrestling injuries, WWE refocuses on safety and expansion. So they're working on safety. How many people died? How many people die in WWE? Is the only one so far? Owen Hart. How about injuries? How many people are injured in WWE? 18 most devastating. So it's at least 18. For every 1,000 times a wrestler practices competes, there are between 2 to 30 reported injuries. Concussions are a common injury, accounting for 5 to 10%. All right, what about the thing that Dana White is doing? UFC? Concussions can account for 3.8 to 20%. Strains and sprains, most common injury account, but not a lot of people die so far. People die in WWE. Surprisingly, not a lot of fighters die. There's not deceased, but like died in WWE. Died at 21. Died at 21. They all die at 21. From a head injury in a match and from leukemia. He buys this business from his dad for $1 million. Is that Trump? It was an accident. Yes, there's like you'd expect a lot of people to die from like wrestling and UFC, but they don't. It's like 1 or 2. It's like 1 or 2 per like 10 years. It's accident documentary. Let me see. Owen Hart. Owen Hart. Death. He has a death footage? A video of a sketch website that showed former wrestlers death by falling while I was doing deep research. The Mandela effect. What is the Mandela effect? What about it? What do people remember about it? You never saw the actual footage of his fall. There are websites posting fake videos claiming as what it was. The fall wasn't broadcast. It was a decade before the camera phones. No one in the building recorded it. Many years ago, I vividly remember finding a video on a sketchy website that showed former wrestler Owen death by falling while I was doing deep research on the incident. Recently, I got back into the rabbit hole and tried finding the video again, only to be told I don't think him falling footage is available. It is only with WWE. Oh. Apparently, people claim to have seen the fall death, despite that it was confirmed that the camera never caught it. I know the internet is a big place, and I also consider the possibilities that video I saw could have been fake. However, I really doubt because various people say that they saw the same video only for it to have no trace now. I don't really know if this is Mandela effect, but me, along with several other people, claim to have seen a video capturing his death, while others say his death was never captured to begin with. Yeah, so nobody has it. 1999. I still haven't forgiven Vince for not canceling the rest of the matches that night. I guess he got injured and he didn't cancel. Owen Hart died in 1999. Canadian American. All right. I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. What happened to Owen Hart? His entrance in the ring was like from top roof. He would have come in the ring. That's stunt. Who was performing under the character The Blue Blazer was scheduled to descend from the rafters from arena make him dramatic and exciting entrance by being lowered from above. The accident. During the stunt, something went wrong with the harness. It failed properly to secure him as he was being lowered, and Owen fell about 78 feet into the ring below. The fall caused severe internal injuries, including fatal blunt force trauma to his chest. Immediate aftermath. After the fall, he was immediately rushed to the hospital despite efforts to resuscitate him. He was declared dead at the age of 34. Aftermath and reactions. His death was deeply affected both the wrestling community and his fans. The WWE, then WWF, was left reeling, and the event was tragically broadcast live for viewers. It was live. So there's no footage because it was live? So they don't record shit? In 1999. So it's 1999. So the footage is lost forever. It's not lost, but it has been officially released. It has not been officially released. The tragic moment was broadcast live during the event, and the incident itself was captured on camera. However, WWE has been very careful about not distributing it or rebroadcasting the footage due to sensitive nature. Okay, so this is being censored. Live, but camera were only showing crowd footage at the time when live and not of an... Oh. So I'm never going to see it. It has not been officially released by WWE due to its tragic and sensitive nature. Like, people could have recorded it though, right? Maybe some other person recorded it. Owen Hart fall footage. Goes viral online. Remembering Owen Hart. I want to see it. I'm going to find it.
Whispers of new, unseen footage have sparked intense debate across the wrestling community, drawing attention to one of
It didn't show any new footage, talked about wrestling storylines. Like, what the fuck? Where's the footage? There's no footage. The show over the edge is able to see in WWE, but at the time of Owen match, you would see only the crowd. Oh, so I can't see it. Rip.
80% of the wrestlers are on steroids.
Another dead
Does this documentary talk about it? Let me see. Does the CEO talk about it? Or whatever this guy is. Owen Hart.
This is a stunt that's performed on a routine basis in any number of venues. Owen was simply to descend into the ring in superhero-like fashion.
Why was he not on a belay line or some other backup line, which is normally used for anybody that's using a rigging? That there would be a safeguard that someone would control.
I'm not an expert on rigging, I guess you are.
Well, it would appear that there were no precautionary measures taken. Why not?
First of all, I resent your tone.
I resent the sarcasm. Again,
No, I resent your tone, lady, okay?
Why
you know,
would
this
they-
is a tragic accident. It's a tragic accident. Don't try and put yourself in the spotlight here, okay? This was an accident. Do you understand what I'm saying? An accident. And everything that should have taken place in
You don't
terms
see this kind of attitude nowadays.
of rigging, to our knowledge at this moment, did take place. It was rehearsed in the afternoon, and everything was fine. And that's all I know.
Mr. McMahon, is it true then that Owen did practice 3 or 4 times during the afternoon and everything was set and he felt comfortable with it prior to the actual occurrence?
As far as I know, everything was fine during the afternoon. A number of rehearsals took place.
Right, anything else? breaks silence.
Blazer, you got a big match tonight. Going after the.
We were live in a pre-taped interview of Owen. We were going to drop Owen down, kind of like rappelling from the top of the ceiling.
Owen was to fly, so to speak, as we've done before, from the rafters of the building.
The Attitude Era.
I'm watching the pre-tape interview, and I hear someone say,
Yeah, Trump is from the era, right?
Owen's in the ring.
Like when Trump left the interview with the interviewer in CNN, he was always doing that.
I feel something overcame me. I can remember going, something bad happened. I can feel it. Thank God for the audience that we were in a blackout. So they didn't really see it. Thank God.
Owen Hart has tragically died from that accident here tonight. Blazer, you got a big match tonight. Going.
Is that all he says about it?
We were live, kind of like rappelling from the top
to fly, so to speak, as we've done before, from the rafters of the building.
I'm watching the pre-tape interview, and I hear someone say, Owen's in the ring. What the hell is he doing?
I was on a flight, and I could feel something overcame me. I can remember going, something bad
Yeah,
happened.
that's all he said about it. They talk a lot about it in the documentary. I'll watch it later. Can I watch this on stream? Can I watch documentary on stream? Yes, you can stream. All 6 episodes are released 2025 September, and they're available for streaming on the platform. I mean, on Twitch. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna watch it. Like, I watched Romeo and Juliet, or not. I watched Hamlet on stream, so might as well do this. Focuses on live streaming, gaming. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, they can't stop me. What are they gonna do? Find me?
Wrestler.
This rocked the very foundation of the WWE.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever.
None whatsoever. They live this lifestyle.
He really did that. Or was it rehearsed?
Is stepping aside.
The lawsuit accusing him of countless depraved and humiliating acts.
I didn't think the lawsuit could shock me, and I was floored.
When it comes to Vince, a lot of that is a character. He's going to show you what he wants you to see.
The lines of reality are very blurred in our business. The individual loses all sense of who they really are.
So he really just acts like that in public.
My name is not Vince. My name is Mr. McMahon.
Interview. Slaps paper. What about a sit-down interview? Off the record 2004 pro wrestling interview.
It's. I don't. He's the Canadian crippler.
I know, right. I mean, look, it's okay for a Canadian to live in America. I mean, I think that's fine.
I wasn't looking for permission.
It's all right for an
I don't want to
American to
live
live
in
in
your
Like,
country.
this looks like
That's
a normal
okay.
I
interview.
wouldn't mind living.
You're still around?
Yes, I do. Knew that it was personal integrity, you know, and if he refuses test, it's so wonderful. Again, you know, I'm the luckiest man.
Slaps paper. Angry? Owns interviewer. Alright, let's see this.
Hey, Vince, let me ask you one question, Vince. If there was a draft tomorrow and you were eligible, would you gladly serve or find a cowardly way out?
There's
Angry
nothing
interview?
in my
I think that's what I
in my
thought.
past and
Interview
nothing in my
angry?
future that would indicate that in any way I'm associated with the word cowardice. I would gladly volunteer.
Okay, how much money you got?
How much money do I have?
Yeah.
Don't know.
I mean,
count it for me?
No, I mean, are you a like, you know, I mean, how much you get, like over 10 million?
And harder. Vince McMahon was the owner of the World
Second one.
Wrestling.
This one?
Here now, Vince McMahon. Thanks for coming, Vince. Can you guarantee me right now that there will be a year 2 for the XFL?
What a ridiculous statement. What?
It's not a statement, it's a question.
It's a question. I beg your pardon. It's a question. No.
If this turns out to be a grand-scale failure...
You want to let me finish here for a second, pal? Shut your mouth and let me answer the question, all right? I'll be happy to answer. You got a situation that you don't know what you're talking about.
Vince, we've got to go.
Oh, it's too bad. This is such a delightful show, Bob. And thank you so much for having me on.
I appreciate your coming on.
Oh,
thank you very much.
It's a delight.
And there is
Yeah,
more
he actually seems angry.
just ahead, my friends.
Yeah, that's a real anger. It doesn't matter what you think. So he just really does interviews like that. I guess that's him. That's his character. His actual character. Awakens from coma. He also talked about it. I'll watch it later. And it's gonna be like, I have to do a lot of things before I get to that though. I'm gonna get through every single thing. Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, all of that. And all of this. I better just read a summary of it at this point. Let me see.
Gnats. But when the magicians tried to produce gnats by their secret arts, they could not. And the gnats were on men and animals. The magician said to Pharaoh,
This is the finger of God.
But Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not listen, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh as he goes to the water and say to him, This is what the Lord says. Let my people go so that they may worship me.
How many hours? About 8.
Let my people go, I will send swarms of flies on you and your officials, on your people and
I also don't measure how much I sleep. I just sleep when I'm tired and then I wake when I'm not tired.
But on that day, I will deal
yeah,
differently
probably.
with the land of Goshen where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so that you will know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people. This miraculous sign will occur tomorrow.
And the Lord did this. Dense swarms of flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses of his officials, and throughout Egypt the land was ruined by the flies. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
Go, sacrifice to your God here in the land. That would not be right. The sacrifices we offer the Lord our God would be detestable to the Egyptians.
June engine.
And if we offer sacrifices that are detestable in their eyes,
Yeah,
will they
pretty
not
common.
stone us?
It's like part of a first name. So there's like... So it's like it's divided into 3 syllables. The first one, like the first name is always 1 syllable. And then, no, the last name is always 1 syllable, and the first name is 2 syllables. So you can have something like Jin Hua, or you can have Jun, Jun Do, or Jin Ko, something like that. But Jin and Jun are pretty much whose names are either Jun or Jin. Yeah, it's probably their first names, like the first part of the first name. So like Jun Yun is also something. Jun anything, you're probably gonna get a Korean name from it. Jun K, Jun Ho, Jun Ho Sung, Jun 17, Jun Suk Ho, Jun Eli, and yeah, Jun and Jin. Jin Lee, Jin Ji-hee, Jin Sun Kyu, Jin Ho Un, Jin Do Jun, Jin Jun Mei T. What? That's a T. Jin Ki-ju. Squid Game? Nope. I'm not really a fan of Squid Games. Squid Games. I think it's overrated. Squid Games is a TV series. You played games shown in this way? Yeah. Squid Games. Let me see, what is it? Tug of War? Dakchi? I played this. It's the thing you slap papers, right? This is also a traditional game. Let me see. Let me type it in Korean. It was 5 years ago.
리코즈 정당. No. 지금 식단을.
Where are they playing it? They're there.
저는 맞을 때는 이거로 맞고요. 잠깐 맞는 용입니다. 이거는 맞는 용.
아니 이거는 지금 이게 넘어가요.
이건 맞는 용입니다. 두 가지를
What
준비했어요.
other games are there? Red light, green light. This is. This is this game, red light, green light. Yeah, that's that game. This is Dalgona. This is the making, the candy making. Is with the girl though. It's the same thing. They say the same things. The candy making? It's pretty hard. You get a needle and you have to like make the shape out of it. It's a kid's game. Alright, what else is there? Tug of War? Marbles. What is this? How do you play this game? Marble Sin? Oh, do you have to, is it odd and even? Four-shaped triangle, umbrella. Umbrella's the hardest one. Oh, it's like mini golf. I guess you have to get the marble in it? I'm not sure. Never seen this game. What else is there? Glass bridge. Oh, the left or right one, right? I guess that's not a traditional game. Yeah, and you can't do that in a... There's a Squid Game. Bread and lottery. What is bread and lottery? In season 2, Mingle game. There's a Mingle game? Mingle game song. I played this game when I was younger. Yeah, that's the one. I love this song. Yeah, that's where it's from. Everything they take is from a kid's game. 비석치기. Yeah, that's paper throwing. That's 딱지. Are you remembering your childhood? A little bit. 공지. Cheggy. What was that? It's yeah, you have to throw 5 in the air and then you catch some, right? Yeah. Cheggy, and then you kick a little thing. You kick football? Like you kick the thing in the air and you have to keep it up in the air, right? Ooh. These are all traditional Korean games. They're not doing it right.
드감. Oh.
Do I have something I can kick? I'll do it with this. You have to get like 20 of them, right? Night 2 days. Shiggy. Squid Game. Are you trying this leg game now? Yeah, I'll try it. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but I'll try it with this thing, whatever this is. How many do you have to get? How many points do you have to get? Let me see. I want to see how many points you have to get, though. 1? 5 points. I can do 5. Let me see. Fuck. I can do 3. I can do 3. That's enough for now. My room's too small. Alright. There's someone... let me see. Someone's really good at it, though. I got 3. That's pretty good. If it was a real Jackie, I would have done like at least 20. Maybe like 10. Trying to remember his name. 1 Night 2 Days. Season 1. Yeah, this guy's pretty good at it.
조정석. 아니 진짜.
기회가.
자. 가만.
자, 하이! 도전!
16, 17.
도전! 해볼게. 도전!
자. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You have to keep it low. The higher you kick, the less you're gonna do.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
잘했어.
See, he's good.
잘했어요. 25개.
He's doing 20.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Nah. Alright, fine. Well, that's 1. Shit. I can't deal with this. It's not going It's going to the sideways. I can't do it. It's too big. I can't. There's no accuracy. Can you do it with toilet paper? Let me see. No, I got like... Yeah, it's close enough. You round it up as 5. Toilet paper shaky. I have to make one? I'm not making it. Spinning top. Oh, Beyblades. It's Beyblades.
성장도 하죠.
아, 죄송합니다.
It's the spinning game. Yeah, it's Beyblades.
왜 이래?
자, 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘, 하나, 천천히.
The spinning top game? That's not what they look like, though. It's usually wooden, right? Squid Game, Silent Sea, All of Us Are Dead, Killer Paradox. It's like survival games. These are survival games, right? Survival, kind of zombie, escape, zombie virus outbreak. You gotta see the reality ones. You gotta get into this thing. Infinite Challenge. Have you seen the Stephen Curry one? All of Us Are Dead is zombie outbreak in school. And then Killer Paradox. An average college student finds himself stuck in an endless cat and mouse chase with shrewd detective who will stop at nothing to capture him. Another survival. Koreans love survival. It's fun.
여기 근처에서 살인사건 났다며.
씨의 신원이 강원도 연쇄 살인 사건의 용의자인 여모 씨로 밝혀지면서
사람을 둘이나 죽였는데 증거가 없다.
Oh, he's running away.
너는 달라. 확신 있어?
너는 분명히 잡힌다.
답이 얼마나 잘이합니다.
Yeah, what are the shows the Koreans are watching? Top Korean shows by rating. Now, there should be a rating. December 2024. Is it a drama? Killer Paradox. Is it a drama or a show? It's thriller. What's a Korean show? Crime thriller, dark comedy. Wait, you gotta get into this thing. Juvenile justice. This courtroom drama show. Directed by Hong Jong-chun. He looks familiar. City Hunter. Doctor Stranger. Padam Padam. Link, Eat, Love, Kill. Did a lot of things. That's a pretty good rating too. 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Children below age doing crimes get punished in juvenile justice. But these are high school students?
판사님은 측은 지심도 없으세요? 왜 그렇게 소년을 미워하십니까?
범죄자니까 그 나이에 감히 찾고 있는 소년범이 여기다 제보를 받았습니다.
요즘 판사는 애도 잡으러 다니나?
Okay, so the kids committed crime, but there's a person who's trying to prosecute them really hard.
법이란 게 얼마나 무서운지 가르쳐야죠. 사람을 해하면 어떤 대가가 따르는지.
소년에게 비난은 누구나 합니다. 근데 소년에게 기회 주는 거 판사밖에 못해요.
포장 미성년자 소년범들입니다. 그놈들 짓거리 국민도 경찰도 다 놀아놨어요. 피해자는 집을 지키고 가해자 벌 받는 거.
Seems pretty good. There's a survival challenge, I forgot what it was. Favorite Hollywood movies? I don't think I watch movies. Hollywood movies. Probably The Dark Knight. It's like the only one I watched. That's in like the top 10. I gotta watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I gotta watch these two. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I guess The Dark Knight is the only one I watched. Judgment 2. Terminator 2 Judgment. Terminator 2. Yeah, this thing. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Where he goes down with the thumb, right? Or is that Terminator 1? He goes down saying, I'll be back. Heard about this, never watched it. Spirited Away, pretty good. Gladiator. I want to watch The Gladiator. It's about the Roman Empire. Sci-fi. Gladiator. I want to watch it.
Slave.
Because I'm into Roman empires and shit.
Trouble! Oh, you are in Elysium!
A former Roman general.
Are you a man who won?
Right, what era is it set in? What year is the Gladiator set in? 180 AD. That's Aurelius? No, it's the peak of the Pax Romana. Pax Romana, 180 BC, CE. So is that the height of the Roman Empire? What else? He's a former Roman general who sets out to exact vengeance against corrupt emperor who murdered his family and sent him to slavery. Who's the emperor? Troy. Troy 2004. What is this one? Historical film. Spartan King. Oh, like, is it where This is Sparta is from? This is Sparta one. Where is that from? This is Sparta. No, it's 300. It doesn't look that good. It doesn't look as good as the Gladiator. Yeah, 300. No matter what Brad Pitt does, he's always going to look like Thor. Like, how do you look at this guy and not see Thor? Like, he should be wielding a hammer. The chariot racing. Brad Pitt like Thor. Like, I can only see him as Thor at this point. Shawshank Redemption. Reminds me of Red Dead Redemption. They're trying to escape jail.
Consider. Didn't think much of.
Morgan Freeman? Morgan Freeman.
Get busy living. Or get busy dying. That's damn right.
The best movie ever made. When was it written? What year is it? Yeah, I gotta watch this one. 94, holy shit. 30 years old. And it's still at the top. The 90s must have been like the golden age of television. The golden age of Hollywood. Schindler's List, this is also 93. Pulp Fiction, also 93. Forrest Gump, also 94. Yeah, the 90s were like the golden times of television. The Matrix is 99. Goodfellas, 90. Seven is 95. It's a wonderful. 46. 46. Like black and white.
You are invited to everyone's favorite Main Street.
Merry Christmas!
This can't be good.
Wonderful life.
It just
Wishes. Greatest gift of all at home.
The richest.
46. And it's ranked 21. Matrix 1 is my... I want to watch The Matrix. Like, there's so many movies I want to get into. Like The Lord of the Rings, Godfathers. I want to watch Forrest Gump, Inception, The Matrix. Like, a lot of these things are on my list. You haven't seen... No. I haven't seen any other movies. Don't miss The Matrix. I'll watch it sometime. The Deported, Grave of the Fireflies. I've seen all the anime movies. The Disney movies. And Spirited Away. Alien, Rear Window, Dune. Django Unchained. I want to watch this thing too. Heard about this.
I'm doing. Folks, and they pay you for it. It's not.
What genres? Anything not sci-fi.
Most okay. More than.
I'll watch anything if it's good. Like the Avengers, Spider-Man, Great Dictator, Aliens, Inglourious Bastards, Dark Knight Rises, Coco. I want to watch Coco. Toy Story. I think I've seen all the Disney movies and Pixar movies. Because it was kind of shoved down my throat when I was young. Joker. I've seen the Joker. Kiru. 52. Yeah, I'm not sure where to start. Oppenheimer. I've seen Oppenheimer. I think. I was half asleep though.
Recruit some science. Improvise. Our boys.
3.
Truman needs to know what's next.
2.
Yeah, the atom bomb going off. The taxi driver. 76. Holy shit. This is what the Joker was based off of, right? The taxi driver. The Hamilton. Disney. Is it a musical? I heard it was a musical. History won't know his name. Seems interesting. What is a classic? What is a classic must-watch? Must-watch movie. Reddit. Classic everyone should watch. The Lord of the Rings. Princess Bride. I think I've seen this one. Princess Bride. Seen it in school. Any of Hayao Miyazaki films, pretty good. Iron Giant, Monster House, Back to the Future. Not a classic film is perfect. Back to the Future. Number 30.
I made a major break.
You first.
Wow, look at him. Your underwear.
Come back to the future. October 21st only.
Coming here.
Wow, look at
Mufasa
him.
Lion King?
We're sending you back.
Mufasa. Is that the sequel? Or prequel? Mufasa. 6.7. It didn't do that. It's number 7 in popularity. Yeah, they gotta go back to the drawings. Like the CGI animations, this ain't doing it.
Before they became legends,
Hello, I have a secret. What's the secret? You're about to be eaten.
Mufasa and the prince who would come to be known as Scar became brothers.
I always wanted a brother.
Your journey awaits you. Mufasa, your majesty.
This is not a drill.
It is not what you were, it is what you will become. Mufasa, the Lion King.
So just to be clear,
There's a
we're
Lion
not
King
in this
2.
story.
There's a lot of stories with all of us.
Lion King 2.
If it's lion, she 4 legs instead of 2. That's a human personality. If it's cartoon mouse, use an arm. And sometimes it's eyes and acting.
What is this? Is it an actual sequel? Storyline. Simba and Nala have a daughter, Kiara. Timon and Pumbaa are assigned to be her babysitters, but she easily escapes their care and venture into forbidden lands. There's also a lion cub named Kovu, and they become friends. What she and her parents do not know is that Kovu is the son of Zira, a banished follower of the now-dead Scar. She plans to raise Kovu to overthrow Simba and become the king of the land of king of the Pride Lands. Yeah, you can't beat the original. You can't beat the original. Original 8.5. Just classic. Lion King 1.5. There's a 1.5? One and a half. What is this thing?
Timon, it's your turn to say goodnight. Good night. Sleep tight. Dream of bedbugs tonight.
What is this thing? The events of Lion King from Timon's and Pumbaa's point of view. The story of how they met and how they became best friends, having difficulty and obstacles in their lives. They rely on each other through the toughest of times. Yeah, that 1.5 stories between Lion King 1 and 2. This is from the side character's point of view. The circle of life will never be the same. Did you know, while The Lion King is inspired by Hamlet, this film clearly takes inspiration from the play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, which features the events of Hamlet through the eyes of two minor characters. I just watched the Hamlet. I watched it the other day. It was like 4 hours long. How is The Lion King inspired by Hamlet? It is often said to be inspired by Hamlet. Oh, the betrayal part? While it's not a direct adaptation, many elements from the Hamlet can be seen in the storyline's basic plot revolve around a young prince who must deal with the death of his father and the usurpation to the throne. The prince must come to terms with his destiny, reclaim the throne, and avenge his father's death. Villainous uncle plays a central role in the villain who not only murders the father but also takes over the throne. The ghost of the father. In both stories, the ghost of the dead father plays a significant role in inspiring a young prince to avenge his death. Protagonist guilt and internal conflict. Both Simba and Hamlet face guilt and self-doubt after their father's death. Both struggle with whether they should act on their desire for revenge. Return to confront the villain. Themes of justice and revenge. Mother's role. In both stories, the mother is remarried to the villain. Really? Sarabi? She married Scar. Did I miss that part? I don't remember that part. What? Scar wife. Zero. Sarabi. Okay, so ChatGPT is lying to me. Scar's married to Zari. The full sidekick. The loyal friend who helps him guide. The Lion King, Timon, and Pumbaa are comedic sidekicks who help Simba find a way. In Hamlet, Horatio serves as Hamlet's friend and confidant. I don't know, man.
Unlike that.
Aladdin, another classic. What is the best of Disney's? Who's this director? Bradley Raymond. What is he working on nowadays? He also wrote Aladdin. No, it's a TV show. He wrote the TV show Aladdin. Avatar, highest grossing movie. Didn't it get surpassed by Avengers? I heard it got surpassed by Avengers. Nope. It came close. And Avatar, The Way of the Water is number 3. Oh, it did peak. It surpassed it for like a little while. It peaked at 1, and I guess Avatar overtook it. Avengers Endgame archive from original. All-time worldwide box office. December 2025, Avatar 3 Ash and Fire is coming? Really? They're making another one? Avatar 3. Way of the Water. Wait, that's 2022. Avatar 4 is coming too. 2029. Holy shit, man. Avatar 1. 2. So after 13 years, they make an Avatar 2. Fire and Ash. They're making a whole franchise out of it. There's a 5? Avatar 5, 3031. Holy shit, man. This is a franchise at this point. They're making a franchise out of it. Budget. Oh, they bought it. Walt Disney bought it, was it? When did they buy it? When did Disney buy Avatar? They bought it in 2019. When it completed the purchase of 21st Century Fox, acquisition was part of a massive deal. Holy shit, man. 71 billion. Which included a range of assets such as Fox Film Studios, television properties, and other media assets. It was announced in December 2017, took several years to complete as it required approval from regulatory bodies in various countries. Okay, so as soon as they acquired it, they turned it into a franchise. Let me see. Is it good though? What? What? IMDb? Hello? The way the water. 8.9. They're doing pretty good. 8.9. Hey, what's up? Avatar 1 is 7.9. So some there's a genius writer somewhere. IMDb is down. Is IMDb down? It literally just went down. I was using IMDb and it went down. Hello. Is IMDb down? Still. So what are we doing? I was turning into a Jew. I was reading the Bible, and then I got distracted.
Let's take a 3-day
I gotta go back to being a Jew.
To offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, as he commands us.
I will let you go to offer sacrifices to the Lord your God in the desert. But you must not go very far. Now pray for me.
As soon as I leave you, I will pray to the Lord, and tomorrow the flies will leave Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Only be sure that Pharaoh does not act deceitfully again by not letting the people go
Is it Bible?
to
Yeah.
offer sacrifices
Well,
to
the
the
First
Lord.
Testament or the Old Testament
Then
is the
Moses
same for
left
both
Pharaoh
books.
and prayed to the Lord, and the Lord did what Moses asked. The flies left Pharaoh.
I'm saying, what are the books that between Jews and Christians, which part of their Bible and their sect or Bible are the same? I'm at Exodus right now. So the Torah is the same, or the teachings of the law. And then the historical books, anything from the Old Testament should be the same. And I'm going to go through everything. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, and Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, like all of that. You just did? Yeah. And then I guess Muslim is like another version. Where Does Muslim share the same books too? While Muslim Jews and Christians share common scriptures, relationship between their holy texts is more complex. Here's a breakdown. The Torah and Psalms. Muslims believe that Torah, known as Torah in Arabic, and Psalms were given to Moses and David, respectively, as part of the sacred scriptures. So Torah and Psalms are respected by Muslims. All right, so what is the Muslim Bible? The Quran, right? Give me the books. Chapters? I don't know what any of that is. So the Old Testament. So Quran has the Old Testament as well. Yes, in a way, Quran contains the elements that are similar to the Old Testament. So even Muslim has Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, David, Solomon, Joseph, Jacob. And I guess the only difference is they have a prophet Muhammad instead of Jesus. So it's the same God. And then Jews just say, there's no Jesus. We're waiting for a prophet. And then the Christians say, we had a prophet. His name is Jesus. And the Muslims say, we have a prophet. His name is Muhammad. Quran does not contain Old Testament as it is understood in Judaism and Christianity, but acknowledges many of the same figures and stories, includes references to the Torah, Psalms, and Gospels, but Quran is considered by Muslims to be the final, unaltered revelation of God, superseding and correcting earlier scriptures. That's what they believe. All right, now I gotta turn into a Jew
his
first.
officials and his people, not a fly remained. But this time also Pharaoh hardened his heart. And
Yeah,
would
they all
not
have the
let
Old
the
Testament in
people
some
go.
way.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go to Pharaoh and say to him, This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says, Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go and continue to hold them back, the hand of the Lord will bring a terrible plague on your livestock in the field, on your horses and donkeys and camels, and on your cattle and sheep and goats. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and that of Egypt, so that no animal belonging to the Israelites will die.
The Lord set a time and said,
Tomorrow the Lord will do this in the land.
And the next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Pharaoh sent men to investigate, and found that not even one of the animals of the Israelites had died.
Do you streamer June
Yet his heart
E44?
was
What is
unyielding,
this?
and he would not let the people go. Then the
Do you know
Lord
the
said
streamer?
to Moses and Aaron,
What is this?
Take handfuls of soot from a furnace
Never
and
heard
have
of him.
Moses toss it into...
Is this him? Who is this? Nope, never heard of him.
Know what tank you are. Okay, it's not dead somehow. Give me 5 business days.
Is he streaming right now? He looks Korean though.
I know. I'll fix that later.
He's promoting.
I'll fix it later.
What is that? I don't know what's going on. It's promoting what? Hey, he looks Korean. He's into Marvel Rivals. about, I'd be playing War Thunder. Schedule. What are the Korean streamers? Oh. Does he speak Korean?
Yo, don't die, guys.
Alright,
His-
I got it.
You got it? Alright, I trust you. Oh, TP.
His first language is Korean. You can tell because he has an accent.
Yeah, they're jumping me.
Whatever he's doing, I'm pretty sure he's pretty good at the
Yeah,
game.
I'm gonna get high ground, and voila. Ah, Thor is fucking up the backlines. That's nice.
What is that? Overwatch?
Turn it some heals. Give it some Hawk Tua. Yeah.
Let's go.
Hawk
Oh,
Tua,
it's Marvel
and
Rivals.
good.
Nice, guys. Nice focusing.
Published by Chinese developer NetEase, it's Marvel Rivals. He streams, he speaks English, but if someone asks him to him in Korean, in chat he answers in Korean, but he's also good at English. I think Korean is his primary language, and English is a secondary. I don't know. I guess that's it.
To the air in the presence of Pharaoh, it will become fine dust over the whole land.
Do I
of
have a
Egypt,
dog? Nope.
And festering boils will break out on men and
I used to have a
animals
cat,
throughout
though.
the land.
So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils broke out on men and animals. The magicians could not
Where is your
stand
cat? I
before
don't have it
Moses
anymore.
because of the boils.
He's
that
not
were
dead.
on them
I just give
and
it back
on
to
all
the adoption center.
magicians. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not listen to Moses.
I think it was because I was going to
just
college. I
as the
forgot
Lord
why.
had said to Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Get up early
All right,
in the morning, confront
Yeah,
Pharaoh,
I
and
was
say to him,
gonna.
This is what the Lord, the God
I was
of the
taking a
Hebrews
vacation
says, Let my
to Korea, I think. And then I gave it back to the adoption center.
people go so that they may worship me.
Actually,
For
my
this
mom did it.
time I will send the full force of my plagues against you and against your officials and your people, so you may know that there is no one like me in all the earth. For by now I could have
miss your cat?
stretched
Yeah,
out
a
my
little.
hand and struck you and your people with a
I wish I had a
plague
cat
that
right
would have
now.
wiped you off the earth. But I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I might show you my power, and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. You still set yourself against my people and will not let them go. Therefore, at this time tomorrow, I will send the worst hailstorm that has ever fallen on Egypt, from the day it was founded till now. Give an order now to bring your livestock and everything you have in the field to a place of shelter, because the hail will fall on
Maybe.
every man and animal that has not been brought in and is still out in the field.
I don't know. Should I get a cat or a dog?
Those officials of Pharaoh who feared the word of the Lord hurried to bring their slaves and their livestock inside. But those
Wait. We read it. Pros and cons. Dogs are more fun, but they require more attention, effort, and training. Cats are low maintenance, and they don't need to constantly be in your presence for them to be happy. Yeah, I'm gonna get a cat. Dogs are loyal, though. Cats are generally easier, especially now. But cats are cheaper, but dogs are more fun. Dogs are amazing, loyal, caring, kind, therapy, loving, well-trained, well-behaved, forces me to exercise. Gives great scratches? Catches. What is that? Quatches? My cat of 13 is destructive, little winker, end of. Dogs require daily walks. Oh yeah, I can't do that shit. Must have social simulation, where they become destructive or aggressive, and they must either be brought with you on holiday or be cared for by someone. So it's like having a baby. A cat's like a pet, like a goldfish.
Those who ignored
Yeah,
the
I'm
word
gonna
of
get a
the
cat.
Lord left their slaves and livestock in the
Daily
field.
walks. Like, I don't want to
Then the Lord said
exercise.
to Moses,
Stretch out your hand toward the sky so that hail will fall all over Egypt.
Maybe I need a little
on
exercise.
men and animals.
Am I healthy? How do you know? I need... Not really. Whenever I have something to read, like or a podcast I want to read or listen to, I just take a walk and listen to it. I need some exercise. According to the discussion, you likely need more exercise if you experience constant fatigue, difficulty breathing during everyday activity, noticeable weight gain, feeling stiff or achy, a lack of energy throughout the day, feeling out of breath easily climbing stairs, or if you even find small physical tasks tiring. Essentially, if your body feels sluggish and you keep struggling, yeah, nah, I'm a pass. Feeling tired all the time. What's my BMI? I don't know how much I weigh, so I'll never know. What is my BMI? I don't know. I don't have a scale. I guess I'll never know.
On everything growing in the fields of Egypt.
But I don't exercise daily.
when
Just when I want
Moses
to.
stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt, hail struck everything in the fields, both men and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and
What is the timer? That's the total time I spent turning into a Jew. That's my task right now. So it's carried over from the last stream.
It did not hail was the land
Oh
of
shit,
Goshen.
wait.
The Israelites-
Did I forget to move it? I forgot to start it. God damn it. Wait, 5:05. The stream is 3 hours and 11 minutes. So what is that? 8 hours and 26. It's 8 hours 26. I'll just start it there. It's close enough.
Were. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron.
This time I have sinned. The Lord to the
Yeah, I
right,
forgot to
and
start it.
I and my people are in the wrong.
I almost forgot.
Pray to the Lord, for we have had
I did
enough
forget.
thunder and hail. I will let you go. You don't have to stay any longer.
When I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands in prayer to the Lord. The thunder will stop, and there will be no more hail, so you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But I know that you and your officials still do not fear the Lord God.
The flax and barley were destroyed, since the barley had headed and the flax was in bloom. The wheat and spelt, however, were not destroyed because they ripened later. Then Moses left Pharaoh and went out of the city. He spread out his hands toward the Lord. The thunder and hail stopped. The rain no longer poured down on the land. When Pharaoh saw that the rain and hail and thunder had stopped,
It's been
he
8
sinned
hours.
again.
Yeah, so far.
He and his officials hardened
I spent
their
8 hours
hearts.
turning into a Jew so far.
Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not let the Israelites go, just as the Lord had said through Moses. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go to Pharaoh, for I...
Like last stream I watched this one, which was 4 hours long. What was it? I watched this one last stream. So that's 4 hours and then 1 hour of whatever. How many hours are left? I'm not sure. I'm in Exodus right now. And I'm like, I barely started Exodus. And I have the rest of Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. That's got to be at least a few days, right? It's like playing a 50-hour-long game.
I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his...
Wait, do Do Jews read all of Tanakh? Yes, they got what? Yes, Jews generally read and study all of Tanakh, but the way they engage it can vary. The Hebrew Bible divided into 3 parts: daily and weekly reading. So I have to do more than just reading all of it. I'm not gonna do that shit. So any guesses? Like 9, 10? I'm gonna guess like 50 hours, which is like the time it takes to beat a game. All right, how many hours to read Tanakh? 50, 70, yeah. It's about a game, like a video game.
His officials, so that I may perform these miraculous signs of mine among them, that you may tell your children and grandchildren how I dealt harshly with the Egyptians, and how I performed my signs among them, and that you may know that I am the Lord.
So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said to him,
"This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will bring locusts into your country tomorrow. They will cover the face of the ground so that it cannot be seen. They will devour what little you have left after the hail, including every tree that is growing in your fields. They will fill your houses and those of all your officials and all the Egyptians, something neither your fathers nor your forefathers have ever seen from the day they settled in this land till now."
Then Moses turned and left Pharaoh. Pharaoh's officials said to him,
How long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go so that they may
I forgot
worship
to
the
start a
Lord their
time.
God. Do you not yet
I just never thought of it.
that Egypt is ruined?
Then Moses
But like, I
and
guess
Aaron
thanks
were
for the
brought back
reminder.
to Pharaoh.
Go, worship the Lord your God. But just who will be going?
We will go with our young and old, with our sons and daughters, and with our flocks and herds, because we are to celebrate a festival to the Lord.
The Lord be with you. If I let you go, along with your women and children, clearly you are bent on evil. No! Have only the men go and worship the Lord, since that's what you've been asking for.
Then Moses and Aaron were driven out of Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said to Moses,
Stretch out your hand over Egypt so that locusts will swarm over the land.
Are there any
and
chances I might
devour
forget?
everything growing in the fields,
Yeah, probably.
everything left by the hail.
I'm probably gonna read it through everything and then forget what
So
happened.
Moses stretched out his staff over Egypt, and the Lord made an east wind blow across the land all that day and all that night. By morning the wind had brought the locusts. They invaded all Egypt and settled down in every area of the country in great numbers. Never before had there been
Like
such
right now,
a
I'm
plague
half
of
listening to this
locusts,
thing.
nor will there ever be again.
Wait,
They
what's
covered-
going on? I already forgot what was going on. Exodus. In Exodus, let's summarize it by chapters. Here's a summary. Exodus 1 is okay, that's kind of long. Wait, stop. Summarize by the main events of the 40 chapters. I can't guarantee you won't forget about Vince McMahon. I'll try to speed it up, and then you're gonna have to remind me to watch Vince McMahon. Israel's movement. Where are we? God calls Moses. Moses encounters God in the burning bush on Mount Horeb. Where is this thing? Mount Horeb. The mountain in the Bible. It's not in Wisconsin. So Moses went here. Mount Horeb. When was it named? What? No. In Israel. You can pronounce McMahon. Vince McMahon. Pronunciation. McMahon.
Vince McMahon.
McMahon. Okay. It's just McMahon. Why does it have an H? What is the H for?
Vince McMahon.
But there's an H. So they just put an H there for no reason? Okay, well, I guess it's McMahon. H might be fine. It's McMahon. Horeb. I'm just gonna read a summary of it. Moses and Aaron. Wait, turn on music. God reveals himself as Yahweh and commands Moses to lead Israelites out of Egypt. Moses doubts his ability, but God gives him signs and appoints his brother Aaron. 5-6, Moses and Aaron confront Pharaoh, ask Pharaoh to let the Israelites go. What's your favorite color? Mine is blue. But Pharaoh refused to make their labor harder. God reassures Moses that he will deliver the Israelites, and despite Pharaoh's resistance, the 10 plagues. Moses and Aaron perform miracles, but Pharaoh's heart is hardened. The 10 plagues are unleashed. Water turned to blood, frogs, gnats, flies, livestock disease, boil, blue. Yep. Locusts, darkness, death of firstborn. Despite suffering, Pharaoh continues to refuse to release the Israelites. The first Passover and the Exodus. The Passover is instituted. The Israelites mark their doorposts with lamb's blood so that the final plague, death and divorcement, will pass over to their homes. Titanic, I heard about it, never seen it. It was a British luxury palace. It is British? I always thought it was American. Titanic. Alright, the movie. IMDb. Seems decent. It's Leonardo. This is where the T-pose comes from, right? Whatever this is. The T-pose.
Titanic.
T-pose. Yeah, this thing.
And it was. It really.
I gotta watch this too. Really? Terminator and Avatar. Hey, whoa, whoa.
Give me your hand.
This is a big dude. Aliens, Avatar, The Way of Water. He wrote the Avatar.
Outcast.
The Way of Water. Experience it in 3D.
They go underwater. And aliens. What else did they do? True Lives, Terminator, Dark Fate, Turok, First Flight, Terminator 2, Remake. The Sarah Connor Chronicles, the TV show? He did the TV show, Terminator 2. What is Terminator 2? There's like 5 different names. Terminator. True Lies is also fun. This one. True Lies. 94. Let me see. Here the Dark Angels. T2. True Lies, Terminator, RoboCop. That's a video game. Rambo. Aliens. He did Aliens.
Somewhere.
Get them out of there!
Aliens. This time it's war. Aliens, the new movie. Rated R.
Move it!
And then the original Terminator. He's like a Hollywood staple at this point.
Your latest.
Let me see an interview. One of the best sci-fis. Yeah, he loves sci-fi. Avatar, Terminator. This is a sci-fi Hollywood guy.
And the time is 6:16, September 11th, 2001. Indeed. See you later.
While filming the Titanic for his documentary, Ghosts of the Abyss, director James Cameron was oblivious to what was happening above water. James was 12,500 feet deep, attempting to give viewers never-before-seen glimpses of what remained of the RMS Titanic, while the rest of the world watched another disaster. Once his submarine surfaced, the late actor Bill Paxton delivered him the harsh news.
It's also a Hollywood staple. Monster horror. Nice.
News.
It's a thing that's going on.
Who was the president at the time? What was going on in America? What, Hollywood? What was going on in Hollywood, and why was Hollywood movies exploding in the 70s to 2000s? Rise of the blockbusters. Yeah, that makes sense. And then the reason why Hollywood's dead right now is because the blockbusters are gone. And we have Netflix. Rise of teen audience? No, it's Netflix. The 70s was a period of innovation. Ridley Scott. Who is this man? He did Gladiator? I was gonna watch it. Gladiator 2. The Blade Runner, he's another staple. Gladiator, Alien, Romulus. Sacrifice, Napoleon, Haunting in Venice, Great Expectation. Kaleidoscope, The Good Fight. Raised by Wolves, Hot Zone. Man, this guy's he must be a genius. Life in a Day 2020, Donut King. The Terror. Yeah, that was a hit. I remember hearing about it. Strange Angel. American Woman, All the Money in the World, Jean-Claude Van Johnson, Murder on the Orient Express, Blade Runner 2049. Is this a sequel? There's a 99. And there's a 49. Damn. What happened to this? Takes 50 years after events. A sequel. Oh, it's episodic. 6 episodes. Killing Reagan. Brain Dead. The Good Wife. India in a Day. He's a producer. It doesn't mean he made those movies, right? He's a producer. Which means he just hired the guy who made it. short film, but main movie is Blade Runner 2049. How many is this? So he started taking off around 2015-ish. The Martian, he did The Martian. I think this was the movie that Neil deGrasse Tyson recommended. Or is that Interstellar? I forgot.
Before. So, I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this. He's 50 million miles away.
Yeah, he seems to be like a Hollywood genius right now. Taboo. Where's that other guy? That Dark Knight dude. Dark Knight. Where is this director? Was it Christian something? Christopher Nolan. He's also a genius writer. Yeah. Oppenheimer, Tenet, Dunkirk, Interstellar, Man of Steel, Dark Knight Rises, Kobo Job, Inception, Dark Knight, The Prestige, Batman Begins. It's like they're all at least 7.0. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I'd be proud of this profile. This is pretty good. He didn't make a lot of shit movies. His Prestige and Inception. Prestige and Inception. I've heard about the Inception. Oh, hey. What's his name? I forgot his name. Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah.
You always wind up right in the middle of what's going on. Dreams feel real while we're in them. It's only when we wake up that we realize something was actually strange.
Dream within a dream. There's so many movies to watch. I don't know where to start.
What's the most resilient parasite?
And then The Prestige. What is this about? Rival 19th century musicians engage in a bitter battle for trade secrets. Oh, it's a spy movie.
No, I can't do it.
You like that?
Well, how do you do it?
Magic. Or seen by yourselves or any other audience anywhere in the world.
The audience loved it.
This trick is top notch.
That's interesting. They're musicians trying to expose each other? They're trying to...
Real magician tries to invent something new. It's something that other magicians will scratch their heads over.
Take anyone from your watch list and start watching. I think I'm going to start at the top.
They're gonna remember.
With best movies of all time. And I'm just going to start from the top and go down the list. Shawshank Redemption, and then The Godfathers. I've watched The Dark Knight. Yeah, I'll watch Godfather 1 and 2. And then I'm going to skip Angry Man. And then Forrest Gump. And then Inception. And then The Matrix. Interstellar. Terminator. Where's Terminator 1? Yeah, I'm going to start with that. This seems to be what everyone says is the best movie of all time. I think I've watched The Godfathers. I just don't remember anything from it. Where's the Matrix? Number 16. And then Terminator 2. Back to the Future. Yeah. It's number 1. Since 94. What is this song? Back in 94. Dave Chappelle.
Exclusive is that new Tupac.
When did he die? Tupac? '96.
Listen
Oh, he was still alive back then.
turns its pages. Machiavelli here, kicking rhymes for the ages. Seen things in stages. Wise words spoken by sages. From SkyTel to BlackBerry pages. Your crew don't phase us. We'll make you busters pay us. Run up in your spot like CJ from San Andreas. I wrote this song a long time ago. A real long time
What is this video?
ago. Feel me?
San Andreas.
I wrote this song a long time ago. It was the dopest song I ever wrote in 94.
That's GTA 5, right?
But half the people voted for George W.
2004.
For George W. Can't be true. Gonna choke him, cause he's a snitch. I'm talking about George W. Smith from City Council. He ran in 93 out in Oakland. You probably didn't hear about him. I wrote this song a real long time ago. Way before Slim Shady was in demand. Way before we dropped Maloney on Afghanistan. I wrote this song in 94. Am I doing this? Look around the club, see everyone in the place showing Park love. Got a smile on my face. The girl
When
in
was
the
this skit?
miniskirt has bad taste cause that shirt don't match. Here's a putting a stain on the back. What the fuck is that? It might be doo-doo.
She wrote the song in 06.
You bought a gin and tonic, but you didn't even tip. And if you hit
Terminator
the step
2.
one more
Should I
time,
watch?
then the record might skip. I told you, stop hitting the tape.
Terminator 2. What are people saying about it? Greatest action movie ever made? Let's see. Trailer.
These were taken at the West Highland Police Station, 1984. You were there.
Yeah. I listened to it last stream.
These were taken today.
You have to let me see my son. He's
Or the last time we spoke to me. That's when I listened to it.
Destroy the protected.
Come with me if you want to live.
Good child.
Who sent you?
You did. 35 years from now.
And his enemy
He's a Terminator like you, right?
Not like me.
is the deadliest machine ever built.
Is it time travel? He said who sent you, and then he said you.
This time, there are two. Terminator 2.
There's two
You just
Terminators?
can't go around killing people.
Why?
If you thought you had seen it all, look again.
Stay down!
Go now!
We gotta stick together!
91. It's like the peak of blockbusters, right?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Good. Blockbusters peak.
Judgment Day.
04 is when they peaked.
He's back. For good.
Trust me.
Part 2. There's a part 2. This is Terminator 2, right? Judgment Day. Part of the Bible. Right, back to this.
All the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail. Everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
Dude, I gotta finish this.
I have sinned against the Lord your
Like,
God.
I've been streaming for 3 hours. I want to finish
Forgive my sin
Exodus.
once more and pray to the Lord your God
I
to
saw this
take
in
this
Egypt.
deadly plague away from me.
What do you mean you
Moses
saw it
then
in
left
Egypt?
Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. And the Lord changed the wind to a very strong west wind, which caught up the locusts and carried them into the Red Sea. Not a locust was left anywhere in Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's
The
heart,
grasshoppers.
and he would not let the Israelites go. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Where are we?
Stretch
We're
out your
on
hand toward the
chapter
skies.
7 to 13. There's the 10 plagues right now. So the water, the blood, they got the frogs, they got the flies and gnats. And then boils, hail. And they're at number 8, the locusts.
So that darkness will spread over Egypt. Darkness that can be felt.
So Moses stretched out his hand toward the sky, and total darkness covered all Egypt for 3 days. No one could see anyone else or leave his place for 3 days. Yet all the Israelites had light
to
in the
be a
places
Jew.
where they lived. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and said,
Go, worship the Lord. Even your women and children may go with you. Only leave your flocks and herds behind.
You must allow
Wait, Ben
us to have
Shapiro's a Jew, right?
sacrifices and burnt offerings.
Ben Shapiro is a Jew. Yes, he is Jewish. He was born into a Jewish family, identifies as practicing Orthodox Jew. He often discusses his Jew. Did he read everything from Tanakh? There's no public record indicating whether he has read every single part of Tanakh. However, as an Orthodox Jew, it is likely that he is familiar with Tanakh and his teachings. So, do I have to read everything? Has mentioned his Jewish faith. So I can just read the summary and become a Jew, right? Involves more than, what do you mean, man? Judaism is not simply a belief or intellectual pursuit, it's a way of life that includes... Okay, so I don't have to read everything to become a Jew, right? Correct, you do not have to read every single part. Yes! While studying the Torah and understanding key aspects of the Jewish tradition and scripture, full knowledge of every part is not a requirement. Here's what you would typically need to focus on for conversion. Studying Jewish beliefs and practices, you will study the basics of Jewish theology, history, tradition, and holidays. Focus will be on Torah and the Jewish way of life, including commandments, Jewish law, halacha, and ethics. Understanding core Jewish texts. While you don't need to read everything, you will study important sections of the Tanakh, especially Torah, and possibly some teachings from Talmud and other religious texts. All right, so we just have to get through the Torah. All right, so yeah. Living Jewishly. I gotta live Jewishly? Part of the conversion process involves embracing Jewish practices, such as keeping kosher, observing Shabbat. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Commitment to Jewish community. I'm not doing that shit. You don't need to read every single word of Tanakh to convert. What matters is you understand the key teachings. So, mostly the Torah part, right? Yes, correct. If you're looking to convert, the Torah, the first 5 books, is the most important part. All right, so we're not doing any of this shit. Fuck that shit. Yeah, I'll just put it there. And then tell it to summarize it later on.
To present to the Lord our God. Our livestock too must go with us. Not a hoof is to be left behind. We have to use some of them in worshiping the Lord our God. And until we get there, we will not know what we are to use to worship the Lord.
But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he was not willing to let them go. Pharaoh said to Moses,
Get out of my sight. Make sure you do not appear before me again. The day you see my face, you will die.
Just as you say, I will never appear before you again.
Now the Lord had said to Moses,
I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he will let you go from here. And when he does, he will drive you out completely. Tell the people that men and women alike are to ask their neighbors for articles of silver and gold.
The Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and Moses himself was highly regarded in Egypt by Pharaoh's officials and by the people. So Moses said,
"This is what the Lord says. About midnight I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn son of the slave girl who is at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again. But among the Israelites, not a dog will bark at any man or animal. Then you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel. All these officials of yours will come to me, bowing down before me and saying, 'Go, you and all the people who follow you.' After that I will leave."
Then Moses, hot with anger, left Pharaoh. The Lord had said to Moses,
Pharaoh will refuse to listen to you, so that my wonders may be multiplied in Egypt.
Moses and Aaron performed all these wonders before Pharaoh, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites go out of his country. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in Egypt,
This month is to be for you the first month of your year. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month, each man is to take a lamb for his family, one for each household. If any household is too small for a whole lamb, they must share one with their nearest neighbor, having taken into account the number of people there are. You are to determine the amount of lamb needed in accordance with what each person will eat. The animals you choose must be year-old males without defect, and you may take them from the sheep or the goats. Take care of them until the 14th day of the month, when all the people of the community of Israel must slaughter them at twilight. Then they are to take some of the blood and put it on the sides and tops of the door frames of the houses where they eat the lambs. That same night they are to eat the meat roasted over the fire, along with bitter herbs and bread made without yeast. Do not eat the meat raw or cooked in water, but roasted over the fire, head, legs, and inner parts.
They're gonna bake it.
Do not leave any of it till morning. If some is left till morning, you must burn it. This is how you are to eat it, with your cloak tucked into your belt, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. Eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. On that same night I will pass through Egypt and strike down every firstborn, both men and animals. And I will bring judgment on all the gods of Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood will be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt. This is a day you are to commemorate. For the generations to come, you shall celebrate it as a festival to the Lord, a lasting ordinance. For 7 days you are to eat bread made without yeast.
Yeah, what? How do you make bread without yeast? How the fuck did they know beasts were a thing? Standard bread without yeast? Yep, you can make amazing bread without yeast. It's just like proper bread. 5 common ingredients: flour, baking powder. What? How do you make bread without yeast? Making bread without yeast is possible and is often done using alternatives like baking soda, They didn't have baking soda. Baking powder or ingredients like sourdough starter. Alright.
First day, remove the yeast from your houses. For whoever eats anything with yeast in it from the first day through the 7th must be cut off from Israel. On the first day, hold a sacred assembly, and another one on the 7th day. Do no work at all on these days except to prepare food for everyone to eat. That is all you may do. Celebrate the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because it was on this very day that I brought your divisions out of Egypt. Celebrate this day as a lasting ordinance for the generations to come, In the first month you are to eat bread made without yeast, from the evening of the 14th day until the evening of the 21st
It feels like God is kind of
day.
struggling.
For 7 days,
He's having a
no
hard time
yeast is to be
managing all
found
of
in
these
your houses,
Israelites.
And whoever eats anything with yeast in it must be cut off from the community of Israel.
You
whether
can
he
just
is
do
an
that shit.
alien or native born. Eat nothing made with yeast. Wherever you live, you must eat unleavened bread.
Then Moses summoned all the elders of Israel and said to them,
Go at once and select the animals for your families, and slaughter the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop, dip it into the blood in the basin, and put some of the blood on
So,
the top
so God is kind of like trimming down the number of Israelites.
and on both sides
He's saying, if you don't do this right now, then you're not an Israelite.
of the doorframe. Not one of you
Right. Back when there was only Abraham, he only had to look over one person. Right? And then Isaac, Jacob, and then goes to Joseph, and the family gets big, and he's like, I can't manage all these people. You got to trim them down.
shall go out the door of his house until morning. When the Lord goes through the land to strike down the Egyptians, he will see the blood on the top and sides of the doorframe, and will pass over that doorway. And he will not permit the destroyer to enter your houses and strike you down. Obey these instructions as a lasting ordinance for you and your descendants. When you enter the land that the Lord will give you as he promised, observe this ceremony. And when your children ask you, what does this ceremony mean to you? Then tell them, it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord who passed over the houses of the...
What is a Passover? It's a Jewish holiday that commemorates the liberation from slavery in Egypt. Really? Is there historical records of slaves being liberated from ancient Egypt? It's only in the Bible. Ancient slavery servitude did have systems of forced labor slavery, but exact same nature of these practices is debated. Slaves in Egypt could have been war captives, foreigners, or even Egyptians who fell in servitude due to that. Many of the lepers who worked on Egypt's monumental construction projects, such as the pyramids, Book of Exodus described Israelites enslavement, miraculous liberation under Moses. This event, including the parting of the Red Sea, 10 plagues, is significant in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions. However, there is no independent Egyptian record that directly confirms enslavement. So, they could be bullshitting. Exodus might be bullshitting. Some historians have suggested that biblical account might have reflected mythical elements or symbolic storytelling, while others have tried to link Exodus to historical events, although evidence for such evidence remains elusive. Liberation of slaves in ancient Egypt, there are no large-scale records of slavery, but like how many slaves were there? Like maybe like 100? There was instances. All right, how many Jews by ears? God damn. That's the fucking Holocaust, right? It was at 7 million, it went to 14 million, and then it dropped to 4.7 million. That's the Holocaust. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Like, they gotta write that shit. They gotta write that shit into the Bible. This is a pretty big event, man. You gotta write this shit in the Bible. You gotta expand the book. Whoa, what happened here? It was at 5.3 and then went to 6 mil? All right, it went up. It went up slightly. By years. How about since 2,000 years ago? Historical Jewish population. About 1170 enumerates altogether 1 million, but 100,000 of these are attributed to Persia and India, the Middle Ages. In 1290, 16,000 Jews were expelled from England. All right, what about the ancient times? Torah contains a number of statements. including Levites. The number given is 611,000 for non-Levites. What is that? Levites? Oh, Levites. Levi, one of Joseph's brothers. Is that why it's called Leviticus? Yeah, that makes sense. Levi, Leviticus. Population. Okay, I gotta take a shit. Whoa. It's kind of loud. Right, anyways, 10
The
plagues.
Israelites in Egypt and spared our homes when he struck down the Egyptians.
Then the people bowed down and worshipped. The Israelites did just what the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron. At midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on the throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the livestock as well. Pharaoh and all his officials and all the Egyptians got up during the night, and there was loud wailing in Egypt, for there was not a house without someone dead.
Let me click on this. Was there ever a Pharaoh's son who died from disease? There's several. Death of son. Ramses. That the son of Pharaoh Amenhotep. Wait, when is Cleopatra? when is Cleopatra? There's a 2? Well, who was the one that slept with Julius Caesar? There's a Cleopatra 2? There's a 3? There's a 5? There's a, what the fuck? So which one of them slept with? Is it you? I got Caesar in it. Eldest son of Cleopatra, age 3 when proclaimed co-ruler. That's no ruler of Egypt. I heard there was also Alexander the Great. The Great. You. Is that how they drew him? Alexander the Great. Let's see how accurate this is. This is the Egyptian version of it. This is how he looked like according to the statues. He was a handsome dude. And they drew him like that. Wow, they did him wrong. They gave him the googly eye. Wait, he looks retarded. Look how handsome he is in these pictures. And then this is how the Africans drew him. The Egyptians. Wow, they did him wrong. Look at his armor. Is that his armor? Oh, sorry, man. That's going down in history. He's mewing and everything. I don't know. This one, eh. All right, the Hellenistic period. Anyways, where were we? Ament something something. All right, who is it? You, number 2. The second one. You. Is it you? Ruled during the height of Egypt's power. Is that you, bro? Ramses II. What? What? Hey, yo, ChatGPT. Ramses the Great. Death of Tutankhamun's immediate family is believed to have a life. Who died young? Pharaoh in the 18th dynasty, ruled during the period. Who is he? Other references to Ramses II. That can't be his name. Ramesses. The 19th dynasty. His tomb was robbed and burned during the reign. I'm looking for 2. You. Continued expanding Egypt's territory until he reached the stalemate with Hittite Empire, Battle of Kadesh. The Egyptian-Hittite peace treaty was signed in 1258 BC. One of the longest Egyptian reigns, known for large-scale construction projects, including many now famous monuments. 13th son. What about the eldest son of a pharaoh? Did this happen? The eldest son of Pharaoh? Eldest son of Pharaoh Ramses. Eldest son of Pharaoh Is that him? Who is the pharaoh in Exodus? It's Ramses. I think it's pretty much confirmed, right? Ramses the Great, one of the most common figures. We're at 1279 BC. That's him. All right, so now we have some context. We pinned down the years. Do we have the years? God damn. Holy shit, man. He fucked everybody. Ancient Greece is called Ozymandias, derived from the first part of the Egyptian name. All right, so who was the guy before him? Which one's the one with Joseph? Known for his large-scale construction projects, now many monuments. So this is the pharaoh, right? Nefertiti. After Ramses I died, his son Seti became king. And designated his son Ramses II as prince. What? Eldest son of Pharaoh Ramses II. What's going on here? As a child, was not born a prince. His grandfather Ramses I was a advisor, military director, who appointed Ramses as a successor. He was about 11 years old. Great length. What about his son? After Ramses I died, his son Seti became king and designated his son Ramses II as prince. What about his eldest son? Akhtate, whatever that is. Military campaigns, battle against Sheridan pirates. The immediate antecedents to the Battle of Kadesh, early campaigns. What about his son? Ramses II, eldest son. This is the dude who died. Firstborn son was Amaker, the son of Ramses II and Queen Nefertari. Was the crown prince until his death in year 26. What do you mean year 26? How did he die? How'd you die, man? Years into the father's rule, and the eldest son became new crown prince. He died before his father after another funeral. How did he die, though? Including personal titles such as commander of the troops. How did he die? Death. Amker, because married Nefertiti too. She was the daughter, possibly daughter that are making his wife. Or okay, but how did he die? Line Amark was buried in tomb. Okay, but how did he die? Among the artifacts found in tomb, canopic jars labeled with Amark, this name containing human organs along with bones from 4 separate human males. You're not going to tell me how he died? He just did? Egyptian name. They had to draw his name. How'd you die? I gotta confirm this shit. Fatal wound. Turning to the evidence from KV5 complex, Weeks noted that skull's deep fracture is evident of a violent fatal wound, most likely delivered by May's preferred weapon. Resurrected. Oh, hold up. Somebody bullshitting me. Cause of death is not fully documented. Eldest son of Pharaoh. Yes, we know now. He died from a blow to the head. Oldest son of Pharaoh, the son of Ramses II, also had an oldest son. The young, no clear record of his death. Illness. It's like the illness or disease played a role. So they might be talking about him. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same dude? He had many sons and was one of his prominent sons and likely the eldest at the time. What? Are these different people? Amunkirk. Oh, it's Amenhotep. So maybe it's him. Prepare a weapon of Ramesses' time. Pharaoh's firstborn son is resurrected. How did he die? Amun, her. Death. Or... Huh? This is Amun, this is Amen. He lived in the mid-12th century BCE, 20th dynasty, New Kingdom. Tomb of Prince Amenhotep, died at a young age. Sun and cobra symbol painting from the tomb prince. Probably died in... How did he die, though? We just don't know? We gotta believe the Bible or something? Alright, let me ask again. Who was the Pharaoh in Exodus? Ramses II is believed to be Ramses II. As evident for his identification verse, says it really built a city of Pithom and Ramesses. The latter usually associated with Ramses II and his construction of Pi Ramesses. Pithom and Ramesses. So it's him. It's actually him. Read it? Ramesses II or Amenhotep II. He had an eldest son who was initially designated as the heir, but the son died young, and it's believed he may have passed away from a disease or illness. However, the cause of his death is not explicitly mentioned in the Egyptian record. So, but the tomb is called Ramesses II, right? Overwhelming scholarly consensus that was a myth written long after the fact, with varying degrees of historical inspiration behind it, will allow one to say that it happened, at least on the scale of what story depicts. Incidentally, akin to their involvement is incompatible with Ramesses II, who was born around 30 years after his death. Pharaohs and contemporary such as Shmenkare, Nefertiti. Okay. The consensus is that there was no historical Moses and the events of Exodus did not happen. Yeah, there was no sea splitting or anything. I'm pretty sure that was exaggerated. But I want to know what year this was written. It's just a myth. Yeah, but like, there's no... I know. Myth is truth bound up historically. Like, the Jews at this time seems to be like this insignificant people when it comes to history. I just want to know what pharaoh they're talking about. What was the real name of the pharaoh whom with Moses fought? Nobody knows the story of Moses. However, some people believe it's Pharaoh Ramses II. The year seems to match up. I think Exodus is a myth. Yeah, maybe, but like... Okay, so it's either him or Amenhotep. Amenhotep of the 18th dynasty. Alright, which one? You? So there's less than 1 million. I'll go back. What year was Exodus? Around 290 to 250 BCE in Exodus early period. Other Pacific around circa 1250. Between 1400 1415. How do you know? Adding 40 years to this date allow and fall of Jericho. Date of Exodus would be fall of Jericho. It's often said that the Pharaoh in the book of Exodus is referenced to ask historians. All right, who is it? Assuming that the book is fiction, who's the Pharaoh that they're talking about? Egypt kept a lot of written records, both in papyrus, stone inscriptions. Ramses is known to have removed other pharaohs' names from monuments and replaced them with his own. Ramses is the go-to pharaoh because he built many monuments during his many decades as a ruler. Okay, it's difficult to prove. Interesting bit tangent. What about the idea that Exodus is a sour grapes version of his expulsion from Egypt? When were the Hyksos expelled from Egypt? Tell me the year. During Second Intermediate period? Around 1650 to 55. Marking the end of their age of ruin, beginning of the New Kingdom, Hyksos were a group of Semitic speaking people who gained control over parts of Europe, including Nile Delta. So it's like 1400s or something. So it can't be him. 14. Yep, that's him. Amenhotep II. Amenhotep II. That's the guy. We're in the 1400s right now. 1400s. Right there. We are right here. And let's continue.
During the night, Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
Up! Leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and herds as you have said, and go.
And also bless me. The Egyptians urged the people,
Hurry and leave the country, for otherwise we will all die.
So the people took their dough before the yeast was added and carried it on their shoulders in kneading troughs wrapped in clothing. The Israelites did as Moses instructed and asked the Egyptians for articles of silver and gold and for clothing. The Lord had made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and they gave them what they asked for. So they plundered the Egyptians. The Israelites journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth. There were about 600,000 men toward the people, and they gave them what they asked for. So they plundered the Egyptians. The Israelites journeyed from
Ramesses to Succoth. Who's the first Ramesses? Whoa, man. They mentioned Ramesses. Whoa, whoa. Journey from Ramesses to Succoth. That's 12. They journeyed Ramesses to Succoth. Yes. Him broader. Where's Passover? Who? Is that Ramses? Was that? Isn't that place named after the pharaoh? Who's Succoth though? Yes, Ramses or Pi Ramses is indeed the name of the place after the pharaoh. So it was built and named after Pharaoh Ramses II, one of Egypt's most famous and powerful. What? from Ramses is indeed the named place after. Okay, so it's after this place. It's after. Ramses II. So it's after this period. It was named after him. During his dynasty. Details about Ramses translate to House of Ramses in Egyptian. Established in 71, Ramses' father. So it's at least after this period. Journey from Ramses II, about 600,000 fighting men on foot. Ramses to Succoth. What is Succoth named after? Succoth is derived from Hebrew booth. Hux refers to temporary shelters. Booth, hut. Okay, so we know is at least when this was built. First to Pi Ramses. When was built? So the house of the pharaoh.
From Ramesses to Succoth. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides...
We know the exact pharaoh now. They said Ramesses to Succoth. It's 1200 BC.
Women and children.
So
Many
it is
other
him.
people went up with them, as well as large droves of livestock, both flocks and herds. With the dough they had brought from Egypt, they baked cakes of unleavened bread. The dough was without yeast because they had been driven out of Egypt and did not have time to prepare food for themselves. Now the length of time the Israelite people lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of the 430 years, to the very day, all the Lord's divisions left Egypt. Because the Lord kept vigil that night to bring them out of Egypt, on this night all the Israelites are to keep vigil to honor the Lord for the generations to come. Egypt. On this night all the Israelites are to keep vigil to honor the Lord for the generations to come.
Moses parts the Red Sea. Yeah, this probably didn't happen, right? Okay, when you say you parted the sea, do you mean the water levels
Then the Lord
dropped?
said to Moses,
maybe?
Tell the Israelites to turn back and encamp near Pi Hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea. They are to encamp by the sea directly opposite Baal Zephon.
Right. It was built around 1200 BC, so when is that? Right there. The Hittite Empire. Yo, I heard that name before.
Pharaoh will think the Israelites are wandering around the land in confusion, hemmed in by the desert. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them. But I will gain glory for myself through Pharaoh and all his army, and the Egyptians will know that I am.
So the Israelites did this. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his officials changed their minds about them and said,
What have we done? We've let the Israelites go and have lost their services.
So he had his chariot made ready and took his army with him. He took 600 of the best chariots along with all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, so that he pursued the Israelites who were marching out boldly. The Egyptians, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, horsemen and troops, pursued the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by the sea near Pi-hahiroth.
Pi-hahiroth.
Pursued the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by
Pi-hahiroth. Where are you? Pi-hahiroth. Where are you?
by the sea near Pi-hahiroth, opposite Baal-zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up, and there were the Egyptians marching after them. They were terrified and cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses,
"Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, 'Leave us alone, let us serve the Egyptians'? It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert."
Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians so that they will go in after them. And I will gain glory through Pharaoh and all his army, through his chariots and his horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen.
Then the angel of God, who had been traveling in front of Israel's army, withdrew and went behind them. The pillar of cloud also moved from in front and stood behind them, coming between the armies of Egypt and Israel. Throughout the night, the cloud brought darkness to the one side and light to the other side, so neither went near the other all night long. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left.
A wall of water on the left, or on the right and to the left. How does that happen? What was the sea? What was the sea that he split? The Red Sea. Known as Yam Suf. Tell me. Go to it. No. Go to the sea. Show it to me. Where is it?
In the area of Nuweiba Port, amazing evidence of coral growth on objects that look like old chariot wheels, axles, and so forth. It has been found on the shore across from Nuweiba Port, on the Saudi Arabian side, these same figures. So you can see in this video here, this amazing coral figures that look like axles, that look like chariot wheels, and they're just all strewn out as you go from Nuweiba out into the Red Sea, and then on the shore coming up out of the Red Sea on the Saudi Arabian side as well. Now, you should know that coral doesn't grow in sandy areas. That coral, you should side as well.
They said water on the left and the right side. So they went like that. They just walked in? Maybe they just went around. I don't know. Seems a little exaggerated.
You should know that coral doesn't grow in sandy areas. It must have rock or something.
Are there any evidence that the Red Sea was split? Has there ever been a time when the sea split? Has there ever been a time when the sea split and where it looked like seas split? Exodus, one of the most famous miracles in religious tradition. According to the Bible, Moses led the Israelites through the Red Sea. Scientific version. There is no clear evidence that the Red Sea. Yeah, but maybe he missaw it. Like he made a mistake when seeing something or writing it down. and no exact parallel in natural phenomena. Others suggest that natural events could have inspired the story. Theories and potential natural explanations of how parting the matter occurred. When there's no definitive proof that such event happens as described in the Exodus story. The story remains that an important part of the religious tradition and is interpreted in various ways by different faiths. Some view it as a literal historical event, others see it as symbolic. I think they missaw it. Seas splitting. Versus what it could have looked like. Alright, is that all the details to it?
The Egyptians pursued them, and all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and horsemen followed them into the sea.
Alright, what is this for? 14. Moses says, we have no fear. Stand by and witness the deviant in which, what is this? God's four-letter name? Yahweh. Will work for you today, for Egyptians whom you see today will never see again. Will battle for you. You hold your peace. Then God said to Moses, why do you cry out to me? Tell Israelites to go forward, and you lift up your rod and hold out your arm over the sea and split it, so that the Israelites may march into the sea on dry ground. I will stiffen the hearts of the Egyptians so that they go after them, and I will gain glory through Pharaoh and all his warriors, his chariots and his riders. Let the Egyptians know I am God, and when I gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his riders. The messenger of God, who had been going ahead of the Israelite army, now moved and forward behind him, and the pillar of clouds shifted in front of him and took up a place behind him. And it came between the army of the Egyptian and the army of Israel, and thus there was the cloud with the darkness, and it cast a spell upon the night, so that the one could not come near the other all through the night. Moses held his arm to the sea and drove back the sea with a strong east wind all that night, and turned the sea into a dry ground. Water split. And the Israelites went to the sea on the dry ground, waters forming a wall for them on their right and their left. The Egyptians came in pursuit after them into the sea, all of Pharaoh's horses, chariots, riders. At the morning watch, they looked down upon the Egyptian army from the pillar of the cloud and threw the Egyptian army into a pit. How deep is the Red Sea? It's about 2,500. Is unknown due to lack of geographical markers in the Bible. There are several potential crossing points. The Strait of Tiran. Where is it? You know, maybe the rivers were different. Like, maybe it didn't look that dramatic. Maybe it was like a strong wind.
During the last watch of the night, the Lord looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud at the Egyptian army and threw it into confusion. He made the wheels of their chariot come off so that they had difficulty driving. And the Egyptians said,
Let's get away from the Israelites! The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt!
Then the Lord...
Did we ever find chariot wheels? Did we ever find chariot wheels under the Red Sea? Have been found is a popular story that has been circulated over the years. However, there's no conclusive archaeological evidence to confirm the chariot wheels or any remnants of Pharaoh's army have been found under the Red Sea, despite various claims. These claims were often accompanied by photographs or videos showing what appeared to be ancient wheels in the forest. Some proponents argue that the object could be remnants of Pharaoh's chariots. Investigations and challenges. The most famous claims came from expedition led by Ron Wyatt, an amateur archaeologist in the 90s. His team claimed to have discovered several chariot wheels, human-like skeleton remains on the seabed of Gulf of Aqaba, near the Sinai Peninsula. Right there. It's right there. However, findings have been highly controversial and widely discredited by professional archaeologists and scholars. Many of the supposed chariot wheels were later shown to be natural formations, such as coral or rock formations, rather than man-made objects. No one. All right, show it to me. Wheels. Show it to me. Let me judge. Coral grows in the middle of the wheel. Helps us picture what it looks like under the coral. Is this the only one? You're talking about this, right? Natural formations. Reddit? Anyone know what's going on? Chariot wheels in the Red Sea, economic biblical. Ocean literature, actual understand biblical archaeology. It really is a fantastic introduction to how proper sites are excavated, how the finds are analyzed, and the different methods they employ to determine the age. I just spent a lot of time at museum, follow conversation, and Ron Wyatt is doing little more than walking around, pointing to something laying on the ground, holding it up as something lost relic. It doesn't work like that. No. Interesting rock. That must be rock Moses drew water from. Wyatt claims to have found Ark of Covenant, but there is nothing, absolutely nothing on his website showing they actually found it. If he actually found anything, he doesn't actually show a single picture. It's actually the Ark of Covenant. The Jerusalem dig he claims to have been excavating for over a decade, literally just a hole in the ground. 100% huckster. Can provide no conclusive evidence regarding the discovery of the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, I don't think the story begins there. Like, I think the actual story begins with Abraham. And even then, it's a little bit exaggerated. It's more of a lineage story, right? Like the Romans, like, what did your father do? Oh, my father was this guy, and then his father was this dude who did this. And that's how the name got passed down. And I'm guessing that's what the Bible is.
God said to Moses,
"Stretch out your hand over the sea so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen."
Is this what people point to when they say that the Bible is impossible? I don't know. It does seem a little exaggerated.
Stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. The Egyptians were fleeing toward it, and the Lord swept them into the sea. The water flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen, the entire army of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived, but the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. That day the Lord saved Israel from the hands of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians lying dead on the shore. And when the Israelites saw the great power the Lord displayed against the Egyptians, the people feared the Lord and put their trust in him and in Moses his servant. Then Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord.
Is that the actual song? Oh man, they're excited. Oh, yes. They escaped death.
I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Horse and its rider he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him. My father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has hurled into the sea. The best of Pharaoh's officers are drowned in the Red Sea. The deep waters have covered them. They sank to the depths like a stone. Your right hand, O Lord, was majestic in power. Your right hand, O Lord, shattered the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you threw down those who opposed you. You unleashed your burning anger. It consumed them like stubble. By the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up. The surging waters...
I don't think it happened like that. I think it's a little exaggerated. Like, you know how the Blood Rivers is just algae? I think this is exaggerated.
Firm like a wall.
It might have
The
happened,
deep waters congealed
but
in
like
the
not
heart
like
of the
walls
sea.
there.
The enemy boasted, I will pursue, I will overtake them, I will divide the spoils, I will gorge myself on them, I will draw my sword and my hand will destroy them.
Maybe they just
But
swam
you
across.
blew with your breath, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who among the gods is like you, O Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in glory, working wonders? You stretched out your right hand, and the earth swallowed them. In your unfailing love, you will lead the people you have redeemed. In your strength, you will guide them to your holy dwelling. The nations will hear and tremble. Anguish will grip the people of Philistia. The chiefs of Edom will be terrified. The leaders of Moab will be seized with trembling. The people of Canaan will melt away. Terror and dread will fall upon them.
Canaan, how did Canaan look like? People of Canaan. No Canaan.
By the power of your arm, they will be as still as a stone, until your people pass by, O Lord, until the people you bought pass by. You will bring them in and plant them on the mountain of your inheritance, the place, O Lord, you made for your dwelling, the sanctuary, O Lord, your hands established. The Lord will reign forever and ever. When Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen went into the sea, the Lord brought the waters of the sea back over them. But the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. Then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women followed her with tambourines and dancing. Miriam sang to them,
Sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has hurled into the sea.
Then Moses... led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went into the desert of Shur.
Desert of
For
Shur.
3 days.
Where is that? Can't see it.
Days they traveled in the desert without finding water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink its water because it was bitter. That is why the place is called Marah. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying,
What are we to drink?
Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. He threw it into the water, and the water became sweet. There the Lord made a decree and a law for them, and there he tested them.
I call
He said,
bullshit.
If you listen carefully to the voice of the Lord your God and do what is right in his eyes, if you pay attention to his commands and keep all his decrees, I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you.
Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees, and they camped there near the water. Israelite community set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after they had come out of Egypt. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The Israelites said to them,
"If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted. But you have brought us out into this desert to starve this entire assembly to death."
Then the Lord said to Moses,
I will rain down bread from heaven for you.
Yeah, there's no
The
fucking
people are
way.
to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way, I will test them and see whether they will follow my instructions. On the 6th day, they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days.
So Moses and Aaron said to all the Israelites,
"In the evening you will know that it was the Lord who brought you out of Egypt, and in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we that you should grumble against us?"
It feels like anytime they do something
You will know
stupid,
that it was the Lord when he
they
gives
act
you
like
meat to
God
eat
made them do it.
and all the bread you want in the morning, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we? You are not grumbling against us, but against the Lord.
Then Moses told Aaron,
"Say to the entire Israelite community, 'Come before the Lord, for he has heard your grumbling.'"
While Aaron was speaking to the whole Israelite community, they looked toward the desert, and there was the glory of the Lord appearing in the cloud. The Lord said to Moses,
I have heard the grumbling of the Israelites. Tell them, at twilight you will eat meat, and in the morning you will be filled with bread. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God.
Aren't they Israelites?
Quail came and covered
So
the
they're
camp.
sons of
In the
Abraham.
morning, there was a layer of dew around the camp.
They're ants.
When
They're
the dew was
descendants
gone,
of
thin
Abraham,
flakes
all
like
of them.
frost on the ground appeared on the desert
And they
floor.
still need.
When the Israelites saw it, they said to each other,
"What is it?"
Well, they did not know what it was. Moses said to them,
"It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Each one is to gather as much as he needs. Take an omer for each person you have in your tent."
The Israelites did as they were told. Some gathered much, some little. And when they measured it by the omer, he who gathered much did not have too much, and he who gathered little did not have too little. Each one gathered as much as he needed. Then Moses said to them,
"No one is to keep any of it until morning."
However, some of them paid no attention to Moses. They kept part of it until morning, but it was full of maggots and began to smell. So Moses was angry with them. Each morning everyone gathered as much as he needed, and when the sun grew hot, it melted away. On the 6th day, they gathered twice as much, 2 omers for each person, and the leaders of the community came and reported this to Moses. He said to them,
"This is what the Lord commanded. Tomorrow is to be a day of rest, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. So bake what you want to bake, and boil what you want to boil. Save whatever is left, and keep it until morning."
So they saved it until morning, as Moses commanded, and it did not stink or get maggots in it.
Eat it today, because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. You will not find any of it on the ground today. 6 days you are to gather it, but on the 7th day, the Sabbath, there will not be any.
Nevertheless, some of the people went out on the 7th day to gather it, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses,
How long will you refuse to keep my commands and my instructions? Bear in mind that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. That is why on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days. Everyone is to stay where he is on the 7th day. No one is to go out.
So the people rested on the 7th day.
God
The
damn,
people of
that's a lot
Israel
of people.
called the bread manna. It was white
Manna.
like coriander seed, and tasted like wafers made with honey. Moses said,
"This is what the Lord has commanded. Take an omer of manna and keep it for the generations to come, so they can see the bread I gave you to eat in the desert when I brought you out of Egypt."
So Moses said to Aaron,
"Take a jar and put an omer of manna in it. Then place it before the Lord to be kept for the generations to come."
As the Lord commanded Moses, Aaron put the manna in front of the testimony, that it might be kept. The Israelites ate manna 40 years, until they came to a land that was settled. They ate manna until they reached the border of Canaan. An omer is 1/10 of an ephah.
What?
An omer is 1/10 of an ephah.
1/10 of an ephah. What is an ephah? Hebrew dry measurement? Equivalent to brush. An ephah. When was ephah invented? Okay. I guess we'll never know. Water from the rock.
The whole Israelite community set out from the desert of Sin, traveling from place
But who
to
the
place
fuck is
as
telling
the
this
Lord
story?
commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So they
Who
quarreled
is
with Moses
telling
and said,
the story of Moses?
Why do you quarrel?
Who the fuck wrote this shit?
Why do you put the Lord to the test?
He wrote it himself? No fucking shit, man.
grumbled against Moses.
Split the sea. There's a wall between you.
Did you bring us up out of Egypt to make us and our children and livestock die of thirst?
He fucking wrote it himself. No wonder there's all these miracles.
Then Moses cried out to the Lord,
What am I to do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me.
Walk on ahead of the people. Take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff with which you struck the Nile, and go. I will stand there before you by the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out of it for the people to drink.
So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel, and he called
Maybe
the
he
place
just knew
Massa
water was there.
Meribah, because the Israelites quarreled, and because they tested the Lord, saying,
Is the Lord among us or not?
The Amalekites came and attacked
Maybe
the
he just knew that the water was gonna come out of there.
Moses said to
And he just
Joshua,
gave it a little shake.
Choose some of our men and go out to fight the
He wrote it himself. He wrote the book himself.
I will stand on top
So,
of
like,
the hill
yeah,
with
there's
the
some risk
staff
was
of
gonna
God in
happen.
my hands.
So Joshua fought the Amalekites as Moses had ordered. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. As long as Moses held up his hands, the Israelites were winning. But whenever he lowered his hands, the Amalekites were winning. When Moses'
You know what this feels like? It feels like Moses
put it
propaganda.
under him and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held his hands up.
Like, you know how King Jong-un says he was born under a double rainbow and he knew how to drive at the age of 1? This is kind of like what it's feeling like. It's like, Moses, I am he. Like, I can split the seas.
One on one side, one on the other.
He wrote the fucking book. Of course he's going to have some
So
miracles.
Joshua overcame the Amalekite army with a sword. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Write this on a scroll as something to be remembered, and make sure that Joshua hears it, because I will completely blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven.
Moses built an altar and called it, The Lord is my banner. He said,
For hands were lifted up to the throne of the Lord. The Lord will be at war against the
Suspicious.
Amalekites from generation to generation.
Now Jethro, the priest of Midian and father-in-law of Moses, heard of everything God had done for Moses and for his people Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro received her and her 2 sons. One
It feels
son
like
was
you're just
named
walking
Gershom,
somewhere.
For Moses said,
I have become an alien in a foreign land.
and the other was
Where are they
named
going?
Eliezer, for he said,
My father's God was my helper. He saved me from the sword of Pharaoh.
My father's God. Let me see. His father, Levi, and his God. You mean your grandfather's God? Jacob.
Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, together with Moses' sons and wife, came to him in the desert, where he was camped near the mountain of God. Jethro had sent word to him,
I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons.
So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other and then went into the tent. Moses told his father-in-law about everything the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and about all the hardships they had met along the way, and how the Lord had saved them. Jethro was delighted to
Yeah,
hear
you're
about
gonna
all
find
the
some
good
way to
things
find
the Lord
food,
had done
right?
for Israel in rescuing them from the hand of the Egyptians. He said,
Praise be to the Lord, who rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh, and who rescued the people from the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all other gods, for he did this to those who had treated Israel arrogantly.
Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and other sacrifices to God. And Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat bread with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. The next day Moses took his seat to serve as judge for the people. And they
Moses,
stood around
took
him
a
from
seat.
morning till evening.
Moses,
when his
stood
father-in-law
up.
saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he said,
What is this you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit as judge, while all
Wait,
these people stand...
did this motherfucker write Genesis too? Did this motherfucker write Genesis as well? Moses is credited with writing not only the book of Exodus, but also Genesis, bro. This idea is part of the... No wonder like you get this exponential growth of miracles. And it's part of the view of Mosaic authorship, which holds that Moses, guided by divine inspiration, recorded the events and laws in the Torah. Authorship. The Torah begins with Genesis, accounts creation of the world, the story of patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the early history of humanity and the Israelites. Divine inspiration. Genesis is often understood as divine revealed history, which Moses recorded as part of his role as the leader of the prophet of Israelites. Genesis, like the rest of Torah, is thought to be the work of multiple authors. Yep. Uses zeal for God. Priestly includes genealogies, rituals, and structures of creation. Many modern scholars challenge the idea that Moses personally wrote Genesis or the rest of the Torah and propose that it is a compilation. Divine inspiration is often understood as a divinely revealed history. So who wrote it? Time gap. The events of Genesis, creation of flood, patriarchs are set in times long before Moses' timeline. But they also don't get that they use different year systems, right? So they use lunar years instead of solar years. Receiving divine revelation or using earlier records to write it as part of Torah. Scholarly view. Genesis is a composite text or have multiple sources. Yeah, probably. Like a mix.
And around you from morning till evening.
Because the people come to me to seek God's will. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decrees and laws.
Moses' father-in-law replied,
What you are doing is not good. You and these people who come to you will only wear yourselves out. The work is too heavy for you. You cannot handle it alone. Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice. And may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before God and bring their disputes to Him. Teach them the decrees and laws and show them the way to live and the duties they are to perform. But select capable men from all the people, men who fear God, trustworthy men who hate dishonest gain, and appoint them as officials over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Have them serve as judges for the people at all times, but have them bring every difficult case to you. The simple cases they can decide themselves. That will make your load lighter, because they will share it with you. If you do this, and God so commands, you will be able to stand the strain, and all these people will go home satisfied.
Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said. He chose capable men from all Israel and made them leaders of the people, officials over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They served as judges for the people at all times. The difficult cases they brought to Moses, but the simple ones they decided themselves. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way, and Jethro returned to his own country. Israelites. In the 3rd month after the Israelites left Egypt, on the very day, they came to the desert of Sinai. After they set out from Rephidim, they entered the desert of Sinai, and Israel camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain and said,
This is what you are to say to the house of Jacob and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession, although the whole earth is mine. You will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation.
He wants to be a priest.
These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites.
So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people and set
So
before
if-
them all the words the Lord had commanded him to speak.
He's saying, I want to be in a
people all
position
responded
of
together.
authority.
We will do everything the Lord has said.
So Moses brought their answer back to the Lord. The Lord
And
said
I
to
feel like
Moses,
there's a little bit of
I am
politics
going
going
to come
on
to you
here.
in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear me speaking with you and will always put their trust
I think he's after power.
Then Moses told the Lord what the people had said. And the Lord said to Moses,
Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Have them wash their clothes and be ready by the 3rd day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, Be careful that you do not go up the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain shall surely be put to death. He shall surely be stoned or shot with arrows. Not a hand is to be laid on him. Whether man or animal, he shall not be permitted to live. Only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they go up to the mountain.
After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people, he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people,
Prepare yourselves for the 3rd day. Abstain from sexual relations.
No sex.
On the morning of the 3rd
No
day there
dirty
was
shit.
thunder and lightning, with a thick cloud over the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled.
What do you mean
Moses
trumpet
led
blast?
the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace.
Did I learn anything yet?
Mountain trembled
A little
violently,
bit.
and the sound of the trumpet
I'm learning the
was
story.
louder. Then Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him. The Lord descended to the top of Mount Sinai and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him,
Go down and warn the people so they do not force their way through to see the Lord, and many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them.
Moses said to the Lord,
The people cannot come up Mount Sinai because you yourself warned us. Put limits around the mountain and set it apart as holy.
Go down and bring Aaron up with you. But the priests and the people must not force their way through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out.
Whoa. No, Mount Sinai is not a volcano, but some scientists believe it was. No volcanoes in Sinai Peninsula. There are no volcanoes in the Sinai Peninsula, but there were several in northern Arabia. Which led to some to believe it was a volcano. The Midianite hypothesis. Mount Bedr in northwestern Saudi Arabia is the location of Mount Sinai.
Against them.
So they got the location wrong?
So Moses went down to the people and told them, and God spoke all these words.
I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol in the form of anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me.
God damn.
Showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me. And
That's kind of
keep
Kim
my
Jong-unish.
commandments.
He's a dictator.
You shall not
Whoa,
misuse
whoa,
the generation
whoa,
of
God.
those who hate me. Worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the fathers to the third and fourth generation
He's a dictator. God is a dictator.
of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, neither you, nor your son or daughter, nor your manservant or maidservant, nor your animals, nor the
I'm gonna
alien
force
within
you
your
to take a
gates. For
take
in
a break.
6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them. But he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor.
So he's trying to make laws right
You shall
now.
not covet your neighbor's house.
He's trying to create a country
You
right
shall
now.
not covet your neighbor's wife or his manservant or maidservant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor.
When the people saw the thunder and lightning and heard the trumpet and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance and said to Moses,
Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But do not have God speak to us, or we will die.
Moses said
Okay,
to
that's
the people,
obviously bullshit.
Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning.
Moses wrote this shit.
The people remained at a distance, while Moses approached the thick darkness where God was.
Moses
Then
wrote
the
this
Lord
part of
said
the
to
story.
Moses,
Tell the Israelites this. You have seen for yourselves that I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make for yourselves gods of silver or gods of gold. Make an altar of earth for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt
He's saying
offerings
no
and
one is above
fellowship
the law
offerings,
right now.
your sheep and goats and your cattle. Wherever I cause my name to be honored, I will come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stones for me, do not build it with dressed stones. For
What
you
the
will
fuck is that?
defile it if you use
Why?
a tool on it. And do not go up to my altar on steps, lest your nakedness be exposed on it.
Laws of Moses.
The laws you are to set. These are the laws you are to set before them.
If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year, he shall go free, without paying anything.
That's oddly specific.
If he comes alone,
It's like some person made this instead of God.
he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master
So it's
gives
not really God speaking. Is Moses using God to make laws of the land?
him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and children, and do not want to go free, then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door of the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as men servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he
Yeah,
must let her
oddly
be.
specific for a God.
He has no right to sell her to foreigners.
I think Moses
because he
wrote
has
this part,
broken
man.
faith
I
with
think
her.
he wants to make
If he selects her for his son,
like the Bill of Rights or
he must
something.
grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these 3 things, she is to go free without any payment of money. Anyone who strikes a man and kills him shall surely be put to death. However, if he does not do it intentionally, but God lets it happen, he is to flee to a place I will designate. But if a man schemes and kills another man deliberately, take him away from my altar and put him to death. Anyone who attacks his father or his mother must be put to death. Anyone who kidnaps another and either sells him or still has him when he is caught must be put to death. Anyone who curses his father or mother must be put to death. If men quarrel and one hits the other with a stone or with his fist, and he does not die, but is confined to bed, the one who struck the blow will not be held responsible if the other gets up and walks around outside with his staff. However, he must pay the injured man for the loss of his time and see that he is completely healed. If a man beats his male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies as a direct result,
he's going into detail.
But he is
God,
not to be
yo.
punished if the slave gets up after a day or two, since the slave is his property.
They got property
If
rights
men who are
too?
fighting hit a pregnant woman, and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined.
They
whatever
get
the
into
woman's
abortion
husband
rights?
demands, and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand,
Whoa.
foot for foot.
Where did I hear this from? Where the fuck did I hear that from? Comes from an ancient legal concept of lex talionis, or the law of retaliation. The Code of Hammurabi, what is this? It appears in several ancient legal codes, including Torah and the Code of Hammurabi in the East. Okay, so God took it from Code Hammurabi, like 400 years before. God is a plagiarist. You hear this shit?
But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand.
Oh, tooth for tooth. That's also in the Hammurabi Code. It's Babylonian. Oh, wait a minute. Babylonia. Oh, I wonder where that... Where the fuck is that from? Babylonia is right next to it. What is this coincidence?
Foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. If a man hits a manservant or maidservant in the eye and destroys it, he must let the servant go free to compensate for the eye. And if he knocks out the tooth of a manservant or maidservant, he must let the servant go free to compensate for the tooth. If a bull gores a man or a woman to death, the bull must be stoned to death, and its meat must not be eaten. But the owner of the bull will not be held responsible.
I feel like they're trying to copy the Hammurabi Code.
If, however, the bull has had the habit of goring,
Like
and the
they're
owner
going
has
into
been warned but
theoreticals,
has not kept it bent
theoreticals.
up,
Like what's
and it
going to happen
kills
if
a
I do
man
this?
or
What's going to happen if I do
the
that?
bull must be stoned, and the owner also must be put to death. However, if payment is demanded of him, he may
Payment?
redeem his life by paying
God's
whatever
going
is
to
demanded.
payments?
This law also applies if the bull gores a son or daughter. If the bull gores a male or female slave, the owner must pay 30 shekels of silver.
Yeah, this
to the
is
master of the
definitely just
slave,
Moses trying to
and the
set up a
bull must be
country.
stoned. If a man uncovers a pit or digs one and fails to cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the owner of the pit must pay for the loss. He must
Why?
pay its owner, and the dead animal
Like,
will be his.
what are these
If a
theoreticals?
man's bull injures the bull of another and it dies, they are to sell the live one and divide both the money and the dead animal equally. However, if it was known that the bull had the habit of goring, yet the owner did not keep it penned up, the owner must pay animal for animal, and the dead animal will be his.
Hold up. Who wrote the Hammurabi Code? King Hammurabi. So I think Moses wants to be a king. All right. First dynasty of Babylon wrote the Code of Hammurabi between 1755 and 1750 BC. Yeah, Exodus is where it gets kind of crazy. It's like, yeah, that shouldn't have happened.
Sort of sheep. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it, he must pay back 5 head of cattle for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. If a thief is caught breaking in and is struck so that he dies, the defender is not guilty of bloodshed. But if it happens after sunrise, he is guilty of bloodshed.
After
A
sunrise.
thief must
Why?
certainly make restitution. But if he has nothing, he must be sold to pay for his theft. If the stolen animal is found alive in his possession, whether ox or donkey or sheep, he must pay back double. If a man grazes his livestock in a field or vineyard and lets them stray and they graze
Yeah,
in another
Moses is
man's
definitely
field,
using God to
he
make the
must
law.
make restitution from the best of his own field or vineyard. If a fire breaks out and spreads into thorn bushes, so that it burns shocks of grain or standing grain or the whole field, the one who started the fire must make restitution. If a man gives his neighbor silver or goods for safekeeping, and they are stolen from the neighbor's house, the thief, if he is caught, must pay back double. But if the thief is not found, the owner of the house must appear before the judges to determine whether he has laid his hands on the other man's property. In all cases of illegal possession of an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, or any other lost property about which somebody says, "This is mine," both parties are to bring their cases before the judges. The one whom the judges declare guilty must pay back double to his neighbor. If a man gives a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any other animal to his neighbor for safekeeping, and it dies or is injured or is taken away while no one is looking, the issue between them will be settled by the taking of an oath before the Lord that the neighbor did not lay hands on the other person's property. The owner is to accept this, and no restitution is required. But if the animal was stolen from the neighbor, he must make restitution to the owner. If it was torn to pieces by a wild animal,
Why
he
do you
shall
need to
bring him the
swear?
remains as evidence, and he will not be required to pay for the torn animal. If a man borrows an animal from his neighbor, and it is injured or dies while the owner is not present, he must make restitution. But if the owner is with the animal, the borrower will not have to pay. If the animal was hired, the money paid for the hire covers the loss. If a man seduces a virgin who is not pledged to be married and sleeps with her, he must pay the bride price, and she shall be his wife.
You
If
can
her
just
father
fuck someone and
absolutely
turn him into a
refuses to
wife.
give her to him, he must still pay the bride price for virgins. Do not allow a sorceress to live.
Sorceress?
Anyone
Which
who
one?
has sexual relations with an animal must be put to death.
Bestiality.
Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed.
Do not mistreat an alien or oppress him, for you were aliens in Egypt. Do not take advantage of a widow or an orphan. If you do and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will
sword?
become widows and your children fatherless. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not be like a moneylender. Charge him no interest. If you take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, return it to him by sunset, because his cloak is the only covering he has for his body. What else will he sleep in? When he cries out to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. Do not blaspheme God or curse the ruler of your people. Do not hold back offerings from your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Do the same with your cattle and your sheep.
What?
Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. You are to be my holy people.
Okay, the question is, how
So
long
do
is
not
this
eat the
set of
meat
laws
an
going to
animal
hold?
torn by wild beasts. Throw it to the dogs.
Like this kind of laws can't last forever, right? You have to change it at some point. And I guess that's the point of Jesus. What if I'm Robbie?
Do not spread false reports.
They're still
Do not help a
going.
wicked man by
Yo,
being a
God,
malicious
chill.
witness. Do not follow the crowd in doing wrong.
It's too
When you
regulated.
give testimony in a lawsuit, do not pervert justice by siding with the crowd. And do not show favoritism to a poor man in his lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to take it back to him. If you
I
see
think
the donkey
Moses
of
might be
someone
trying to
who
create a
hates you
nomadic
fallen down
country.
under its load,
You know,
do
like
not leave
you
it
have
there.
the set of laws
Be
that
sure
God
you
gave
help
you
it with
in
it.
America, and then
Do
you
not
can
deny
you have the
justice
same
to
set
your
of
poor
laws
people
in
in their
Israel. You
lawsuit.
have the same set of laws
Have
in
nothing to do
Japan,
with a
like
false
like
charge,
all
and
across
do
the
not
world.
put an
You
innocent
follow
or
this
honest
law.
person to death, for I will not acquit the guilty.
Like it's a
Do not
nomadic
accept
country.
A bribe, for a bribe
It's a virtual
blinds those
country.
who see and twists the words of the righteous. Do not oppress an alien. You yourselves know how it feels to be aliens, because you were aliens in Egypt.
Didn't I just...
For 6 years you are to sow your fields and harvest the crops. But during the 7th year,
Didn't I just
let the
watch
land
this?
lie unplowed.
It's 22.
Wrong. When you give testimony in a lawsuit, do not pervert justice by siding with the crowd, and do not show favoritism to a poor man in his lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to take it back to him. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you fallen down under its load, do not leave it there. Be sure you help him with it. Do not deny justice to your poor people in their lawsuits. Have nothing to do with a false charge, and do not put an innocent or honest person to death, for I will not acquit the guilty. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds those who see and twists the words of the righteous. Do not oppress an alien. You yourselves know how it feels to be aliens, because you were aliens in Egypt. For 6 years you are to sow your fields and harvest the crops. But during the 7th year, let the land lie unplowed and unused. Then the poor among your people may get food from it, and the wild animals may eat what they leave. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days do your work, but on the 7th day do not work, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the slave born in your household, and the alien as well may be refreshed.
Be careful to do everything I have said to you. Do not invoke the names of other gods. Do not let them be heard on your lips.
Other gods? Wait. So you're telling me there's other gods?
Times a year you are to celebrate a festival to me. Celebrate the Feast of Unleavened Bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you. Do this at the appointed time in the month of Abib, for in that month you came out of Egypt. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. Celebrate the Feast of Harvests with the first fruits of the crops you sow in your field. Celebrate the Feast of Ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in your crops from the field.
3 times a year all the men are to appear before the sovereign Lord. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me along with anything containing yeast. The fat of my festival offerings must not be kept until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk.
Oh, he's taxing. God is taxing them. What did the Jews do with the lamb sacrifices? What they do with it? Further central role, worship and atonement, particularly actions that are part of a broader system of offerings to the Torah, especially in the books of Leviticus and Numbers. Here's a breakdown on what was done. Passover was central to annual Passover observance. Instructions. Each family... God damn it, man. ChatGPT. Fix this shit, bro. Each family slaughtered a lamb. The blood was painted. And the offerings, daily offerings, offered every morning, even to call the daily sacrifice service. So it's a taxation system, right? Like, he has a lamb, this other person doesn't have a lamb, so the person who doesn't have a lamb is starving. So you tax the rich and then give it to the poor. So it's like Social Security. 1 lamb was sacrificed in the morning, sending a offering, lambs for atonement. Yeah. So what did he do with it? The meat of the lamb was eaten by the priests in some cases. Okay, but what about the rest of it? The lamb's blood was sprinkled on the altar, and his fat was burned as an offering to God. Other festive offerings during major festivals. Lambs are part of the communal offerings made on behalf of the entire... Yeah, so I'm guessing this is what it's for. Sacrificial. Now lay hands on his head, symbolizing transfer of sin, dedication. The lamb was slaughtered, and his blood was collected by priests. Blood sprinkled, poured on an altar, burnt offerings. If the lamb was burnt offering, it was entirely consumed by fire, with nothing left for human consumption. Peaceful offerings, part of the lamb was burnt on the altar, while the rest was shared. Some meat was eaten by the priest, the remainder was eaten by offerer. The lamb was roasted whole and consumed entirely during the Passover meal. None of the meat was to be left over until the morning. This is Exodus 12:10. Symbolism, significance, atonement, emphasizing the gravity of wrongdoings. But still, it's a form of taxation.
You to guard you along the way and to bring you to the place I have prepared. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. If you listen carefully to what he says, and to all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies, and will oppose those who oppose you. My angel will go ahead of you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites. And I will wipe them out. Do not bow down before their gods, or worship them, or follow their practices.
Their
You
gods.
must demolish them and break their sacred stones to pieces.
Whoa, what?
Worship the Lord your God.
Whoa, whoa,
Gods,
whoa.
or worship them, or follow their practices. You must demolish them and break their sacred stones to pieces.
What? Whoa, man.
Worship the Lord your God, and his blessing will be on your food and water.
So they're saying there's a battle of gods going on, right?
I will take away sickness from among you, and none will miscarry or be barren in your land. I will give you a full lifespan. I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion every nation you encounter. I will make all your enemies
I don't
turn
like
their
this
backs
God.
and run.
This
I
God
will
is
send the hornet
dictatorial.
ahead of you to drive the Hivites, Canaanites, and Hittites out of your way. But I will not drive them out in a single year, because the land would become desolate and the wild animals too numerous for you. Little by little I will drive them out before you until you have increased enough to take possession of the land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines.
I will. What'd you say? I will.
Land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of
The Red Sea to the Sea of the Philippines? Philistines. Show me. Where is it? The Great Sea? Where's the Red Sea? The Jordan River? The Red Sea. The Jordan? No, where's the Red Sea? No, that's not the Red Sea. From the Red Sea to the Sea of Philistine? Where the fuck is that? What is the Sea of Philistine today? The Sea of Philistine, Mediterranean Sea. So they're saying they want to be Saudi Arabia. From the Red Sea.
the possession of the land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines.
From the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines. So they're saying this. They want to claim this area. Like right next to Egypt. All right, go in detail.
By little I will drive them out before you until
Like
you
how
have
much of it?
increased enough to take possession of the land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Philistines, and from the desert to the river.
From the desert to the river. What does that mean? From the desert to the river?
I will hand over to you the people who live in the land, and you will drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them or with their gods. Do not let them live in your land, or they will cause you to sin against me. Because the worship of their gods will certainly be a snare to you.
Then he said to Moses,
Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. You are to worship at a distance, but Moses alone is to approach the Lord. The others
Oh,
must
there he
not
goes.
come near.
He's saying, this is the guy. This is the prophet. This is your king.
And the people
This can give him all the political power. That's what he's saying, basically.
may not come up with him.
When Moses went and told the people all the Lord's words and laws, they responded with one voice.
Everything the Lord has said, we will do.
Moses then wrote
What
down
the fuck
everything
they
the Lord
didn't.
had said. He got up early the next morning and built an altar at the
Propaganda.
foot of the mountain and set up 12 stone pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young Israelite men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed young bulls as fellowship offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in bowls, and the other half he sprinkled on the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it to the people. They responded,
We will do everything the Lord has said. We will
No, the
obey.
fuck they didn't. There's no way they
Moses then
fucking
took
said
the
that
blood,
shit.
sprinkled it on the people,
We will
and
do
said,
everything he told us to
This
say.
is the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words.
Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up and saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of sapphire, clear as the sky itself. But God did not raise his hand against these leaders of the Israelites. They saw God, and they ate and drank. The Lord said to Moses,
Come up to me on the mountain and stay here, and I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and commands I have written for their instruction.
Then Moses set out with Joshua his aide, and Moses went up on the mountain of God. He said to the elders,
Wait here for us until we come back to you. Aaron and Hur are with you, and anyone involved in a dispute can go to them.
When Moses went up on the mountain, the cloud covered it. The glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai. For 6 days the cloud covered the mountain, and on the 7th day the Lord called to Moses from within the cloud. To the Israelites, the glory of the Lord looked like a consuming fire on top of the mountain. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went on up the mountain. And he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights.
Bullshit. Hey, what was his name? Gandhi? Or Buddha? "49 days." The Buddha. Okay. And he's from what era? From 6th or 5th, and founded Buddhism.
The Lord said to Moses,
Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering for me from each man whose heart prompts him to give. These are the offerings you are to receive from them.
gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, and hides of sea cows.
He's building an economy.
Acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece.
Then have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. Make this tabernacle and all its furnishings exactly like the pattern I will show you.
Have them make a chest of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out, and make a gold molding around it. Cast 4 gold rings for it, and fasten them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the chest to carry it. The poles are to remain in the rings of this ark. They are not to be removed. Then put in the ark the testimony, which I will give you. Make an atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide.
Oddly
And make
specific
2
for a
cherubim
god.
out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. Make 1 cherub on one end and the 2nd cherub on the other. Make the cherubim of one piece with the cover at the 2 ends.
Apparently
The
this is
cherubim
what
are
God
to have their
wants.
wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim are to face each other, looking toward the cover.
Place the cover on top of the ark, and put in the ark the testimony which I will give you. There, above the cover between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the testimony, I will meet with you and give you all my commands for the Israelites. Make a table of acacia wood.
2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlaid with pure gold, and make a gold molding around it. Also make around it a rim a handbreadth wide, and put a gold molding on the rim. Make 4 gold rings for the table, and fasten them to the 4 corners where the 4 legs are. The rings are to be close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying the table. Make the poles of acacia wood. Overlay them with gold and carry the table with them. And make its plates and dishes of pure gold, as well as its pitchers and bowls for the pouring out of offerings.
Put the bread of the presence on this table to be before me at all times. Make a lampstand of pure gold, and hammer it out, base and shape.
God really loves gold.
Its flower-like cups, buds, and blossoms shall be of one piece with it. 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups, shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms, are to be on one branch, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the lampstand. And on the lampstand there are to be 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms. 1 bud shall be under the first pair of branches extending from the lampstand, a 2nd bud under the 2nd pair, and a 3rd bud under the 3rd pair. 6 branches.
Yeah, this
in
is the
all.
shit they don't teach you in Sunday
Buds
school.
and branches shall all be of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. Then make its 7 lamps and set them up on it so that they light the space in front of it. Its wick trimmers and trays are to be of pure gold. A talent of pure gold is to be used for the lampstand and all these accessories.
See that you make them according to the pattern shown you on the mountain.
Alright, that's the end of Gideon films. That's where he leaves off. That's the last one that he made 2 months ago. I guess I'll have to go to somewhere else then. Exodus 26. Visual? There's a visual?
Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine woven linen.
He's still going. He really is into this shit.
With artistic designs of cherubim, you shall weave them. The length of each curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the width of each curtain 4 cubits. And every one of the curtains shall have the same
God is
measurement.
still going into the details.
5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. The other 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. And you shall make loops of the yarn on the edge of the curtain on the outer edge.
Why does
of
God have
one
so many
set.
commands?
And likewise,
He has
you
so many
shall do
demands.
on the outer edge of the other curtain of the second set. 50 loops you shall make in the one curtain, and 50 loops you shall make on the edge of the curtain that is on the end of the second set, that the loops may be clasped to one another. And you shall make 50 clasps of gold, and couple the curtains together with the clasps, so that it may be one tabernacle. You shall also make curtains of goat hair to be a tent over the tabernacle. You shall make 11 curtains. The length of each curtain shall be 30 cubits, the width of each curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall all have the same measurements.
He's building
and
a
you shall
temple.
couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and you shall double over the 6th curtain at the forefront of the tent. You shall make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is outermost in one set, and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain of the second set. And you shall make 50 bronze clasps, Put the cloths into the loops and couple the tent together, that it may be one. The remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the back of the tabernacle. And a cubit on one side and a cubit on the other side of what remains of the length of the curtains of the tent shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side to cover it. You shall also make a covering of ram skins dyed red for the tent, and a covering of badger skins.
Why does he want this? He wants this temple?
And for the tabernacle you shall make the boards of acacia wood standing upright. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the width of each board. 2 tenons shall be in each board for the binding one to another. Thus you shall make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side. You shall make 40 sockets of silver under 20 boards, 2 sockets under each of the boards for its 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, the north side, there shall be 20 boards. And there are 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under each of the boards. For the far side of the tabernacle, westward, you shall make 6 boards. And you shall also make 2 boards for the 2 back corners of the tabernacle. They shall be coupled together at the bottom, and they shall be coupled together at the top by 1 ring. Thus it shall be for both of them. They shall be for the 2 corners. So there shall be 8 boards with their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under each of the boards. And you shall make bars of acacia wood, 5 for the boards on one side of the tabernacle, 5 bars for the boards on the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the far side westward. The middle bar shall pass through the midst
God
of
is
the
so
boards from
demanding
end
all of a
to
sudden.
end. You shall
Like, who
overlay
is
the
this
boards
God?
with
I wanna
gold.
see his face.
Make their rings of gold as holders for the bars, and overlay the bars with gold. And you shall raise up the tabernacle according
Like,
to
can't
the pattern
can't God
which you
make
were
this fall
shown
out
on
of the
mountain.
sky?
You shall make a veil woven of blue, purple,
God said,
and
I'm
scarlet
gonna make
thread, and
water
fine
come out of a
woven
rock,
linen.
but you have to build me
It
this
shall
thing.
be woven with an artistic design of cherubim.
You have to like get all
You
this
shall hang it
gold,
upon
all the
4 pillars
goods,
of
and build
acacia
this
wood
fucking
overlaid with
giant
gold.
giant
And their
temple.
hooks shall be gold upon 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang the veil from the clasps. Then you shall bring the ark of the testimony in there behind the veil, and the veil shall be divided for you between the holy place and the most holy. You shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy. You shall set the table outside the veil, and the lampstand across from the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south, and you shall put the table on the north side.
So he's making a blueprint. What is this for?
You shall make a screen for the door of the tabernacle, woven of blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and fine woven linen, made by a weaver. And you shall make for the screen 5 pillars of acacia wood,
And covered in
overlay
gold.
them with gold.
Hey, fucking you it.
Their hooks shall be gold, and you shall cast 5 sockets of bronze for them.
Oh, wait. Gideon Films. He has more. 37. Oh, wait a minute. Did you just skip over this part?
"5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. The altar shall be square. Its height shall be 3 cubits. You shall make its horns on its 4 corners. Its horn shall be of one piece with it, and you shall overlay it with bronze. Also you should make its pans to receive its ashes, and its shovels, and its basins, and its forks, and its fire pans. You shall make all its utensils of bronze. You shall make a grate for it, a network of bronze, and on the network you shall make 4 bronze rings at its 4 corners. You shall put it under the rim of the altar beneath, that the network may be midway up the altar. And you shall make poles for the altar, poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with bronze. The poles shall be put in the rings, and the poles shall be on the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. You shall make it hollow with boards, as it was shown you on the mountain, so shall they make it.
Did they ever make this, though?
You shall also make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side there shall be hangings for the court made of fine woven linen, 100 cubits long for one side. And its 20 pillars and their 20 sockets shall be bronze. The hooks of the pillars and their bands shall be silver. Likewise, along the length of the north side there shall be hangings 100 cubits long, with its 20 pillars and their 20 sockets of bronze, and the hooks of the pillars and their bands of silver. And along the width of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, with their 10 pillars and their 10 sockets. The width of the court on the east side shall be 50 cubits. The hangings on one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. And on the other side shall be hangings of 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. For the gate of the court there shall be a screen 20 cubits long, woven of blue, purple, and scarlet thread and fine woven linen, made by a weaver. It shall have 4 pillars and 4 sockets. All the pillars around the court shall have bands of silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of bronze. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, the width 50 throughout, and the height 5 cubits,
Oh, things aren't making
made
sense.
of fine woven linen, and its sockets of bronze. All the utensils of the tabernacle for all its service, all its pegs and all the pegs of the court shall be of bronze.
Why do you have to separate this into 2 parts? They're all doing this shit.
Exodus chapter 28. The priestly garments. Bring Aaron your brother and his sons with him, near to you from amongst the children of Israel, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. Aaron with Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar, Aaron's sons. You shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. You shall speak to all who are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they make Aaron's garments to sanctify him, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. These are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, a robe, a fitted tunic, a turban, and a sash. They shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister to me in the priest's office. They shall use the gold, and the blue, and the purple, and the scarlet, and the fine linen. The ephod. They shall make the ephod of gold, blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen, the work of the skillful workman. It shall have 2 shoulder straps joined to the 2 ends of it, that it may be joined together. The skillfully woven band which is on it shall be like its work, and of the same piece, of gold, blue, purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen. You shall take 2 onyx stones and engrave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on the one stone, and the names of the 6 that remain on the other stone, in the order of their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, you shall engrave the 2 stones according to the names of the children of Israel. You shall make them to be enclosed in settings of gold. You shall put the 2 stones on the shoulder straps of the ephod to be stones of memorial for the children of Israel. Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord on his 2 shoulders for a memorial. You shall make settings of gold and 2 chains of pure gold. You shall make them like cords of braided wood. You shall put the braided chains on the settings. Chapter 28. The Breastplate. You shall make a breastplate of judgment, the work of the skillful workman. Like the work of the ephod you shall make it. Of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen you shall make it. It shall be a square and folded double. A span shall be its length, and a span its width. You shall set in its settings of stones 4 rows of stones. A row of ruby, topaz, and beryl shall be the first row, and the second row a turquoise, a sapphire, and an emerald, and the third row a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst, and the fourth row a chrysolite, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be enclosed in gold in their settings. The stones shall be according to the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, every one according to his name. They shall be for the 12 tribes. You shall make on the breastplate chains like cords, of braided work of pure gold. You shall make on the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. You shall put the 2 braided chains of gold in the 2 rings at the ends of the breastplate. The other 2 ends of the 2 braided chains shall be put on the 2 settings, and put them on the shoulder straps of the ephod in its forepart. You shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, on its edge which is towards the side of the ephod inward. You shall make 2 rings of gold, and shall put them on the 2 shoulder straps of the ephod underneath in its forepart, close by its coupling, above the skillfully woven band of the ephod. They shall bind the breastplate by its rings to the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it may be on the skillfully woven band of the ephod, that the breastplate may not swing out of the ephod. Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment on his heart, when he goes into the holy place for a memorial before the Lord continually. You shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be on Aaron's heart when he goes in before the Lord. Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel on his heart before the Lord continually. Exodus chapter 28. You shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue. It shall have a hole for the head in the middle of it. It shall have a binding of woven work around its hole, as it were the whole of a coat of mail, that
Did you
it
just
not
take
be
inspiration
torn.
from Egyptians?
On its hem you shall make pomegranates of blue and purple and of scarlet, all around its hem, with bells of gold between and around them. A golden bell and a pomegranate.
He's designing
a golden
clothes
bell
now.
and a pomegranate around the hem of the robe. It shall be on Aaron to minister, and its sound shall be heard when he goes into the holy place before the Lord, and when he comes out, that he not die. The golden plate and the turban. You shall make a plate of pure
turban.
gold, and engrave on it, like the engravings of a signet, holy to the Lord. You shall put it on a lace of blue, and it shall be on the sash. It shall be on the front of the sash. It shall be on Aaron's forehead. And Aaron shall bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Israel shall make holy in all their holy gifts, and it shall be always on his forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. You shall weave the tunic with fine linen. You shall make a turban of fine linen. You shall make a sash, the work of the embroider. You shall make tunics for Aaron's sons. You shall make sashes for them. You shall make headbands for them, for glory and for beauty. You shall put them on
There it is.
Aaron your brother, and on
That's what
his
it looks
sons
like.
with him, and shall anoint them and consecrate them and sanctify them, that they may minister to me in the priest's office. You shall make them linen pants to cover their naked flesh. They shall reach from the waist even to their thighs. They shall be on Aaron and on his sons when they go into the tent of meeting, or when they come near to the altar to minister in the holy place, that they don't bear iniquity and die. This shall be a statute forever to him and to his offspring after him. Exodus chapter 29. This is the thing that you shall do to them to make them holy, to minister to me in the priest's office. Take one young bull and
Is
2
there any
lambs.
other dude reading this? He has an accent. From 29.
Without defect.
God damn it, man. He's the only one.
Unleavened bread, unleavened cakes mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil. You shall make them of fine wheat flour. You shall put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bull and the 2 rams. You shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tent of meeting, and shall wash them with water. You shall take the garments and put on Aaron the tunic, the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate.
Okay, who the fuck is Aaron? Prominent figure in Book of Read is depicted as a priest and a leader of the Israelites. Brother of Moses. Aaron is the younger brother of Moses and the son of Ammon. So he gave the priestess to... So he gave it to Aaron, his brother.
And clothe him with skillfully woven band of the ephod. You shall set the turban on his head and put the holy crown on the turban. Then you shall take the anointing oil and pour it on his head and anoint him. You shall bring his sons and put tunics on them. You shall clothe them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and bind headbands on them. They shall have the priesthood by a perpetual statute. You shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. You shall bring the bull before the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the bull. You shall kill the bull before the Lord at the door of the tent of meeting. You shall take the blood of the bull and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and you shall pour out all the blood at the base of the altar. You shall take all the fat that covers the innards, the cover of the liver, the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and burn them on the altar. But the meat of the bull and its skin and its dung you shall burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his son shall lay their hands on the head of the ram. You shall kill the ram, and you shall take its blood, and sprinkle it around on the altar. You shall cut the ram into its pieces, and wash its innards and its legs, and put them with its pieces and with its head. You shall burn the whole ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. It is a pleasing aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord.
I'm pretty sure someone's gonna eat that. Like it just.
You
it
shall
doesn't
take
just
the other
disappear.
ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands
Someone's
on the head
gonna
of
eat
the
it.
ram. Then you shall kill the ram and
probably
take
the
some of its
priest.
blood and put it on the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and on the tip of the right ear of his sons, and on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot, and
What the
sprinkle the
fuck?
blood
Why?
around on the altar. You shall take of the blood that is on the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron, and on his garments, and on his sons, and on the garments of his sons with him. And he
That's so
shall be
fucking
made
random.
holy, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take some of the ram's fat, the fat tail, the
So
fat
only
that
they get
covers
to
the
go to
innards, the cover of the liver, the 2 kidneys, the fat that is on them, and the right thigh. For it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of unleavened
wafer.
bread that is before the Lord. You shall put all of this in Aaron's hands and in his sons' hands, and shall wave them for
His
a wave offering
sons.
before the Lord. You shall take them from
He
their
really
hands
loved his
and
brother,
burn
didn't
them
he?
on the altar on the burnt offering, for a pleasant aroma before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire to the Lord. You shall take the breast of Aaron's ram of consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. It shall be your portion. You shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the thigh of the wave offering, which is waved and which is raised up, of the ram of consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. It shall be for Aaron and his sons as their portion forever from the children of Israel, for it is a wave offering. It shall be a wave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifices of the peace offerings, even the wave offerings to the Lord. The holy garments
God
of
damn.
Aaron shall be for his sons after him, to be anointed in them and to be consecrated
Okay,
in
so
them.
this is only...
7 days shall
Yeah, so he's making a king and a succession plan.
the son who is priest in his place put them on, when he comes into the tent of meeting to minister in the holy place. You shall take the ram of consecration and boil its meat in a holy place. Aaron and his sons shall eat the meat of the ram and the bread that is in the basket at the door of the tent of meeting. They shall eat those things with which atonement was made, to consecrate and sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat of it, because they are holy. Anything of the meat of the consecration or of the bread remains to the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy.
So he couldn't
You shall
just say,
do so-
do this to me. So he said, do it to my brother instead, because he was the one who wrote it. Like, if God came down and said, do all of this shit to Moses, who's me, I'm talking, then people would have been like, yeah, I kind of smell bullshit. Did he really say that? But if he says, do this to my brother, people are like, okay, maybe it is God.
To Aaron and to his sons, according to all that I have commanded you, you shall consecrate them 7 days. Every day you shall offer the bull of sin offering for atonement. You shall cleanse the altar when you make atonement for it. You shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and the altar shall be most holy. Whoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer
God
on
damn,
the
bro.
altar.
God,
2
stop.
lambs a year old, day by day.
Well, what the fuck is
continually.
all this?
The 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening.
Free
And with
food
1
forever
lamb,
for
a
Aaron.
10th part of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink
You mean
offering.
steak?
The other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do it according to the meal offering of the morning, and
Do you mean
according to
steak?
its drink offering, for a pleasant aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord.
To
It
the
shall be
Lord?
a continual
Do you mean
burnt
Aaron?
offering throughout your generations at the door of the tent of meeting before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there to you. There I will meet with the children of Israel, and the place shall be sanctified by my glory. I will sanctify the tent of meeting and the altar. I will also sanctify Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. I will dwell amongst the children of Israel and will be their God. They shall know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, that I might dwell amongst them. I am the Lord their God.
God is saying, yeah, I'm the man. I did that shit. I saved you. You can kind of smell the bullshittery in this. There's a lot of bullshittery. So he's being a fucking temple for himself. The altar of incense.
You shall make an altar to burn incense on. You shall make it of acacia wood. A cubit.
Right.
And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon, of acacia wood.
Shall be its length.
I'll take this. Five bosins. Yeah, bro, just put it into one part, bro. How many parts do you have? This is 2 years ago. So he doesn't even do the whole part. He just makes it in pieces. Alright, so I can't.
Shalt thou.
And a cubit its width.
Is there someone that just does the whole part? Like, how many parts is this? Chapter 30? It is Kitusa. It's 38 parts. It's 38 sentences. I'm just gonna read it, man. You shall make an altar for burning incense made of acacia wood. It shall be a cubit long and a cubit wide. It shall be square and 2 cubits high, its horns of one piece with it. Overlay with pure gold, its top, its sides round about, and its horns, and make a gold molding for it round about. And make 2 gold rings for it under its molding. Make them on its 2 side walls on opposite sides. They shall serve as holders for poles with which to carry. Make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Place it in front of the curtain that is over the ark of the pact, in front of the cover that is over the pact, where I will meet with you. On it Aaron shall burn aromatic incense. He shall burn it every morning when he tends to the lamps. Aaron shall burn it at twilight when he lights the lamps, a regular incense offering before God throughout the ages. You shall not offer alien incense on it, or a burnt offering, or a meal offering, and neither shall you pour a libation on it. Once a year, Aaron shall perform purification upon its horns with blood of the sins offering of purification. Purification shall be performed upon it once a year throughout the ages. It is mostly holy to God. God spoke to Moses, saying, no, the fuck he didn't. When he makes census of the Israelite men according to their army enrollment, each shall pay God a ransom for himself on being enrolled, that no plague may come upon them through their being enrolled. This is what everyone who is entered in the record shall pay. A half shekel by the sanctuary weight, 20 gerahs to the shekel, a half shekel as an offering to God. Everyone who is entered in the records from the age of 20 years up shall give God's offering. 20 years. So 20 is the age of consent. Oddly specific. The rich shall not pay more than, and the poor shall not pay less than half a shekel when giving God's offering as expiation for your persons. You shall take the expiation money from the Israelites and assign it to the service of the tent of meeting. It shall serve the Israelites as a reminder before God, as expiation for your persons. God spoke to Moses, saying, make a laver of copper and stand for copper, and the stand of copper pour it for washing and placing it between the tent of meeting and the altar. Put water in it, and let Aaron and his sons wash their hands and feet. When they enter the tent of meeting, they shall wash it with water, that they may not die, or when they approach the altar to serve, to turn into the smoke and offering fire to God. They shall wash their hands and feet, that they may not die. It shall be for all time for them, for him and his offering throughout the ages. God spoke to Moses, saying, no, the fuck he didn't. Next, take choice spices, 500 weight of solidified myrrh, half as much, 250, a fragment cinnamon, 250 aromatic cane, 500 by the sanctuary weight of cassia, and a hin of olive oil. Make the sacred anointing oil, compound of ingredients expertly blended, to serve as sacred anointing oil. With it, anoint the tent of meeting, the ark of the pact, the table and all its utensils, the lampstand and all of its fittings, the altar of incense, the altar burning offering and all of its utensils, and the laver and its stand. Thus you shall consecrate them, so that they may be most holy. Whatever touches them shall be consecrated. You shall anoint Aaron and his sons, consecrating them to serve me as priests. And speak to the Israelite people as follows. There shall be an anointing oil sacred to me throughout the ages. It shall not be rubbed on any person's body, and you must not make anything like it in the same proportions. It is sacred, to be held sacred by you. Any party who compounds this like, or puts any of it on a lay person, shall be cut off from kin. And God said to Moses, take the herbs stacked, onycha, galbanum, these herbs together with pure frankincense. Let there be an equal part of each. Make them into an incense compound expertly blended, refined, pure, and sacred. Beat some of it into powder, and put some before the pact in the tent of the meeting, where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. But when you make this incense, you must not make any in the same proportions for yourself. It shall be held by you sacred to God. Any party who makes any like it, to smell of it, shall be cut off from kin. Right. 31. You still don't have 31. God spoke to Moses. How long is this shit, man? 18. See, I have singled out by name of Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, the tribe of Judah. I have endowed him with this divine spirit of skill, ability, and knowledge in every kind of craft, to make designs for working gold, silver, copper, to cut stones for setting and carved wood, to work in every kind of craft. Moreover, I have assigned him Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and I have also granted skill to all who are skillful, that they make everything that I have commanded you: the tent of meeting, the ark of the pact, and the cover upon it, and all the furnishing of the tent, the tables and its utensils, the pure lampstand and all its fittings, and the altar incense, altar of burnt offerings and all its utensils, and a lyre and a stand, the service vestments, sacral vestments, of Aaron the priest, and the vestments of his sons, for their service as priests, as well as the anointing of oil and the aromatic incense for the sanctuary, just as I have commanded you, they shall do. And God said to Moses, speaking with Israelite people, and saying, nevertheless, you must keep my Sabbath, for this is a sign between me and you throughout the ages, that you may know that I, God, have consecrated you. You shall keep the Sabbath, for it is holy for you. One who profanes it shall be put to death. Whoever does work with it, that person shall be cut off from among kin. 6 days may work be done, but on the 7th day shall be a Sabbath of complete rest, holy to God. Whoever does work on the Sabbath day shall be put to death. Really? The Israelite people shall keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout the ages as a covenant for all time. It shall be a sign for all time between me and the people of Israel, for in 6 days God made heaven and earth. On the 7th day God ceased to work and was refreshed. Upon finishing speaking with him on Mount Sinai, God gave Moses 2 tables of pact, some tablets inscribed with the finger of God. I'm still suspicious, man. How do you just believe that shit?
Saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said,
Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him.
Take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing and bring them to me.
So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they handed him and made it into an idol, cast in the shape of a calf, fashioning it with a tool. Then they said,
These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt.
When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced,
Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord.
So the next day the people rose early and sacrificed burnt offerings and presented fellowship offerings. Afterward they sat down to eat and drink and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go down, because your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them, and have made themselves an idol, cast in the shape of a calf. They have bowed down to it and sacrificed to it, and have said, These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. I have seen these people, and they are a stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone,
corrupt,
so that my anger may burn against them, and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation.
But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God.
O Lord, why should your anger burn against your people whom you brought out of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, "It was with evil intent that he brought them out, to kill them in the mountains and to wipe them off the face of the earth"? Turn from your fierce anger, relent, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self, "I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all this land I promised them, and it will be their inheritance forever."
Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened. Moses turned and went down the mountain with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides, front and back. The tablets were the work of God. The writing was the writing of God, engraved on the tablets. When Joshua heard the noise of the people shouting,
Now that I think
he
about
said,
it, I think Aaron wrote a big part of it. Aaron. Did Aaron write a portion of Exodus where he becomes a priest? The brother of Moses. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's kind of seeming like it's corruption.
to Moses,
I kind of feel like he's playing the people.
It is not the sound of victory. It is not the sound of defeat. It is the sound of singing that I hear.
When Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned and he threw the tablets out of his hands, breaking them to pieces at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf they had made
people don't believe
and
you, bro.
burned it in the fire. Then he ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. He said to Aaron,
"What did these people do to you that you led them into such great sin?"
Do not be angry, my lord. You know how prone these people are to evil. They said to me, "Make us gods who will go before us." As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. So I told them, "Whoever has any gold jewelry, take it off." Then they gave me the gold and I threw it into the fire and out came this calf.
Moses saw that the people were running wild and that Aaron had let them get out of control and so become a laughingstock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance to the camp and said,
"Whoever is for the Lord, come to me."
And all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said to them,
"This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other, each killing his brother and friend and neighbor."
The Levites did as Moses commanded.
God damn, bro.
That day, about 3,000 of the
So-
people died.
So everything he set up, all the laws and all the tabernacles, they just said, screw this, right? And then they just started killing each other.
Then Moses said,
"You have been set apart to the Lord today, for you were against your own sons and brothers, and he has blessed you this day."
The next day Moses said to the people,
"You have committed a great sin. But now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make
Moses is a
atonement
fraud.
for your sin."
So Moses went back to the Lord and said,
"Oh, what a great sin these people have committed. They have made themselves gods of gold. But now, please forgive their sin. But if not, then blot me out of the book you have written."
Oh no, man. Moses is kind
The
of
Lord
looking like a
replied to
dictator.
Moses,
"Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. Now go, lead the people to the place I spoke of, and my angel will go before you. However, when the time comes for me to punish, I will punish them for their sin."
And the Lord struck the people with a plague because of what they did with the calf Aaron had made.
God is great. Thanks for sharing this with us. God's great. Good video. Holy cow. Also known as gold earrings were from the bondservant or the calf. A bondservant to the Lord is serious business, and 3,000 died at the wage of his. This can't be real. It's the dead internet theory. Is that it? Whoa. Exodus 34, 35, 36. There's 37. No 33. What?
Exodus 33, Moses would set the tent of meeting at a distance from the camp to talk to God. A pillar of cloud would hover at the entrance whenever he and God spoke, and the people would watch him as he enters the tent, and they would bow down when they see the pillar of cloud. God said that they must journey to the promised land without him. God was afraid that he might kill them along the way because they are stubborn and rebellious. He also ordered them to remove all their jewelry and fine clothes because of the golden calf incident. One day Moses asked God for a deeper understanding and connection with him. He reminded God that these people are his own, and he urged God to join them, for it is he that sets his people apart from the other people of the earth. So God agreed to Moses' requests, but Moses then asked God to let him witness his glorious presence. So God replied that he would show himself, for he will show mercy to anyone he chooses. But Moses must not look directly at his face, for he will die. Instead, Moses must stand near a rock, while God would cover Moses with his hand as he passes by. Then God would remove his hand after to allow Moses to see his back, but his face will not be seen. And that's Exodus 33. Moses would set the tent of...
Explained?
Ever wondered about God's self-revelation in Exodus chapter 34? Picture this. Moses, our steadfast protagonist, finds himself in a predicament. He's been given a divine directive to chisel 2 stone tablets identical to the first pair that met a shattering end. This is no small task, but it's one that Moses accepts, setting in motion the events of Exodus chapter 34. To fully appreciate this chapter, we must step back and revisit the preceding events. Moses had previously descended Mount Sinai carrying the original tablets inscribed by God himself. But upon witnessing the Israelites reverting to idol worship, his anger led to the destruction of these holy objects. This act of defiance set the stage for God's second commandment to Moses to craft a new set of tablets. This moment marks a turning point in the narrative. Moses, having learned from past experiences, is ready to ascend the mountain once more. Thus, Moses embarks on his journey back to Mount Sinai, setting the stage for a divine encounter. Imagine standing on a mountain, awaiting a divine revelation. This is where Moses found himself, in Exodus chapter 34. In this chapter, we find Moses once again on Mount Sinai, a place already etched in religious history. Here, God reveals his character to Moses, a revelation that is as profound as it is transformative. As the story unfolds, God descends in a cloud, standing with Moses there on the mountain peak. In a moment that must have been both terrifying and awe-inspiring, God proclaims his name, the Lord, the Lord. But he doesn't stop there. He goes on to describe himself, painting a picture of his nature that is as complex as it is comforting. God declares himself to be merciful and gracious, slow to anger, abundant in steadfast love and faithfulness. These are not just empty words. Each attribute is a promise, a declaration of God's unwavering commitment to his people. His mercy speaks of his readiness to forgive, his grace of his unmerited favor. His patience is revealed in his slowness to anger, his love and faithfulness in his unwavering commitment to his covenant. Speaking of the covenant, it is here on Mount Sinai that God renews his covenant with Moses and the Israelites. This isn't just any contract or agreement, it's a sacred bond, a divine promise that binds God to his people. God promises to do wonders never before seen in all the earth, to drive out nations before them and to give them a land flowing with milk and honey. All he asks in return is their obedience and commitment to keeping his commandments. This covenant
that's
is
a lot of
testament
commitment,
to God's
bro.
justice. He doesn't
That's a
ignore
lot of
sins
obedience.
or let them go unpunished. Yet, in his justice, we also see his mercy. For he is a God who forgives iniquity, transgression, and sin while ensuring that the guilty do not go unpunished. And so Moses finds himself in the presence of a God who is both just and merciful, a God who offers a renewed covenant to his people. After such a divine revelation, how does one react? How does one carry this knowledge back to their people? Imagine Moses descending the mountain, his face radiantly shining, illuminated by the glory of God. This wasn't merely a physical glow, but a spiritual radiance, a testament to his divine encounter. Moses, the humble shepherd turned leader, had been in the presence of God, receiving a renewed covenant. He carries this covenant back to the Israelites, a people yearning for divine guidance. The shining face of Moses wasn't just a spectacle, it became a beacon of hope, a symbol of God's promise to his people. Now let's delve into the implications of this divine revelation. The Israelites, witnessing the transformation of Moses, had a tangible sign of God's presence among them. This wasn't just a morale boost, it was a spiritual awakening. The fear of God, the reverence, the awe. It increased tenfold, influencing their faith and their actions. For Moses, the encounter left him with more than just a shining face. It deepened his understanding of the divine, strengthened his resolve, and fortified his leadership. He was no longer just Moses, he was Moses, the man who had seen God. The impact of this divine revelation rippled through the Israelite community, shaping their faith, their laws, and their relationship with God. Moses descends the mountain, his face shining with the glory of God, carrying a renewed covenant and a deeper understanding of the divine. Exodus chapter 34 is more than a historical event, it is a revelation of God's character. We journeyed through the setting, the divine revelation, and its profound implications. The chapter unveils the divine intervention at Mount Sinai, where the covenant was renewed. This revelation, a testament to God's mercy, love, and justice, not only impacted Moses, but continues to resonate with us today. As we close this chapter with a deeper understanding of a God who is Exodus chapter 35 in the Bible is all about, today we embark on a journey of discovery, exploring the depth and richness of. Chapter begins by God commanding Moses about the Sabbath. But what does this mean? Well, it's an interesting concept, really. The Sabbath, as described in the first 3 verses of Exodus chapter 35, is a day of complete rest. It's more than just a break from work or mundane chores. It's a day dedicated to spiritual rejuvenation, a day to disconnect from the material world and connect with the divine. The significance of the Sabbath to the Israelites cannot be understated. It was a divine commandment, a non-negotiable part of their faith. The severity of breaking the Sabbath was immense, as it was considered a direct violation of God's command. In essence, the Sabbath was not just a day off, but a sacred ritual, a testament to their faith and commitment to God's laws. It was a day set apart, a day of reverence, a day of worship. So the Sabbath was a sacred day, a day of complete rest, and its observance was non-negotiable. Next, God instructs Moses on the collection of materials for the tabernacle. Why was this necessary? Diving into the details between verses 4 to 29, we find the Israelites being called upon to contribute offerings for the construction of the tabernacle. Picture this as a grand community project, one that required the collective effort and resources of everyone involved. The list of materials requested was extensive, including gold, silver, bronze, fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, acacia wood, olive oil, spices, onyx stones, and other gemstones. These were not just random items, but rather each had a specific purpose and use in the construction and furnishing of this sacred space. But what's truly remarkable is the spirit in which these offerings were given. The Israelites didn't grumble or hesitate. Instead, they gave willingly and generously. Men and women alike, as their hearts moved them, brought these offerings to the Lord. This was a tangible display of their devotion and an affirmation of their commitment to God. Even more compelling, these contributions were not forced or obligatory. They were free will offerings stemming from a heart of gratitude and obedience. The people weren't merely parting with their possessions, they were participating in a divine project, contributing to a cause greater than themselves. The Israelites' generous contributions showed their faith and obedience to God's command. Finally, we meet Bezalel and Aholiab, the chosen artisans, but why them? Let's delve into verses 30 to 35 to find out. Here we see that these two men are not merely chosen at random. Instead, they're filled with the Spirit of God, a divine endowment that imbues them with remarkable skill, intelligence, and knowledge in all manner of craft. They become the master craftsmen, the chief architects of the tabernacle and its furnishings. Every intricate detail, each meticulous design from the Ark of the Covenant to the menorah is intricately conceived and exquisitely executed by these divinely inspired artisans. They're not just building a structure, they're creating a sacred space, a divine dwelling place. So Bezalel and Aholiab aren't just any craftsmen, they're the chosen ones, divinely equipped, spiritually inspired, and tasked with a mission of cosmic significance. Their work forms the heart of God, a testament to their extraordinary abilities and their unwavering faith. These men were divinely equipped with skills to carry out this sacred task. So, what can we learn from Exodus chapter 35? In essence, it imparts...
What do you mean, what can we learn? It's a part of a story. There's nothing to learn. It's just entertainment. Keep on working?
Hello, and welcome to the Daily Visual Bible.
Okay, your audio sucks.
Have you ever wondered about the intricate details in the design of the tabernacle as described in Exodus chapter 36? Today, we're embarking on a journey to unravel the enigma of Exodus, a chapter that's brimming with architectural precision and spiritual significance. The 36th chapter of Exodus is an exquisite tapestry of instructions, a blueprint, if you will, for the construction of the tabernacle. It's a narrative that marries divine command with human endeavor. But to fully appreciate this tapestry, we must first understand the threads that are woven into it. Words like cherubim, cubit, selvage, taches, shittim wood, tenon, and chapiter are not just ancient terms, but keys to unlocking a deeper understanding of this biblical text. Each term, each measurement, each material used holds a significance that transcends its physical nature, touching upon the divine and the eternal. So let's delve into the specifics, shall we? Firstly, let's make sense of these unique terms, starting with cherubim, cubit, and selvage. The term cherubim refers to celestial beings in biblical tradition, often depicted as winged creatures that serve as God's attendants. They are not merely decorative figures, but symbolize divine protection and guidance. Moving on to cubit. This is an ancient unit of length, typically measuring from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger. It's a term frequently used in biblical texts to describe dimensions, particularly in the context of building instructions. Lastly, we have selvage, a term hailing from the realm of textiles. This refers to the edge of a piece of woven fabric that prevents it from unraveling. In the context of Exodus, the selvage plays a crucial role in the construction of the tabernacle's curtains and coverings. With these definitions, we begin to unravel the intricate details of the tabernacle's construction. Continuing our journey, we now turn our attention to taches, shittim wood, tenon, and chapiter. Taches, a term found in the King James Version of the Bible, refers to clasps or fasteners. These were used in the construction of the tabernacle, serving as essential components to secure the structure together. Moving on, we encounter shittim wood. This is nothing more than a type of acacia wood, highly valued for its resilience and durability, providing the perfect material for the construction of the tabernacle. Next in line is tenon. This is a projection on a piece of wood designed for insertion into a mortise, a method used in carpentry for a secure and stable connection. Lastly, we have chapiter, a term denoting the decorative top of a pillar, adding to the aesthetic appeal of the sacred structure. With these terms defined, the elaborate design of the tabernacle becomes even more apparent. Now, let's turn our focus to the heart of Exodus chapter 36. In this chapter, we delve into the construction of the tabernacle, a sacred dwelling for the divine. The Israelites, under the skilled guidance of craftsmen Bezalel and Oholiab, work in harmony to construct this sanctuary. The materials used are of the finest quality, reflecting the importance of this endeavor. Shittim wood, known for its durability and beauty, forms the framework. Gold, blue, purple, and scarlet threads adorn the curtains, each with a cherubim, a heavenly figure intricately woven into the fabric. The tabernacle's design is meticulous, with each cubit or ancient unit of length accounted for. Tashes or clasps of gold hold the curtains together, while the selvage, the self-finished edge of the fabric, ensures no fraying occurs. Tenons, a kind of joint, secure the structure, and atop each pillar sits a chapiter or ornamental crowning. Exodus 36 paints a vivid picture of a community coming together to create a divine sanctuary. As we conclude, let's reflect on the significance of these terms and the narrative of Exodus chapter 36. Cherubim, the heavenly beings depicted in the tabernacle's design, symbolize divine presence and protection. The cubit, an ancient unit of length, highlights the meticulous precision involved in the construction. Selvage, the edge of woven fabric, reminds us of the care taken to prevent fraying, both physically and metaphorically. Tashes or clasps signify unity and connection. Shittim wood, a resilient timber, embodies the Israelites' endurance. The tenon, a woodworking joint, emphasizes the importance of interdependence, while the chapiter, or capital of a column, stands for the crowning achievement of the builders. In Exodus chapter 36, we see a community coming together, each person contributing their skills and resources to create the tabernacle. It's a narrative of divine guidance, human craftsmanship, and collective effort. By understanding these terms in the narrative, we gain a deeper appreciation of the tabernacle's construction, a testament to divine guidance and human craftsmanship. Are you ready for the next chapter? Just click here to go straight.
37.
Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. He overlaid it with pure gold, both inside and out, and made a gold molding around it. He cast 4 gold rings for it and fastened them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then he made poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. And he inserted the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it. He made the atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. Then he made 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. He made 1 cherub on one end and the second cherub on the other. At the 2 ends he made them of one piece with the cover. The cherubim had their wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim faced each other, looking toward the cover. They made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Then they overlaid it with pure gold and made a gold molding around it. They also made around it a rim a handbreadth wide and put a gold molding on the rim. They cast 4 gold rings for the table and fastened them to the 4 corners where the 4 legs were. The rings were put close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying the table. The poles for carrying the table were made of acacia wood and were overlaid with gold. And they made from pure gold the articles for the table, its plates and dishes and bowls, and its pitchers for the pouring out of drink offerings. They made the lampstand of pure gold and hammered it out, base and shaft. Its flower-like cups, buds, and blossoms were of one piece with it. 6 branches extended from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms were on one branch, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the lampstand. And on the lampstand were 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms. 1 bud was under the first pair of branches extending from the lampstand, a 2nd bud under the 2nd pair, and a 3rd bud under the 3rd pair, 6 branches in all. The buds and the branches were all of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. They made it 7 lamps, as well as its wick trimmers and trays, of pure gold. They made the lampstand and all its accessories from 1 talent of pure gold. They made the altar of incense out of acacia wood. It was square, 1 cubit long and 1 cubit wide, and 2 cubits high, its horns of one piece with it. They overlaid the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold, and made a gold molding around it. They made 2 gold rings below the molding, 2 on opposite sides,
Why the fuck?
to hold
This
the
is
poles
so
used to carry it. They made
They
the
go
poles of
into
acacia
so
wood and
much
overlaid them with
detail.
gold.
It's not that
They also
important.
made the sacred anointing oil and the pure, fragrant incense, the work of a perfumer.
Dramatized version. Why would you dramatize it?
They built the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It was square, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. They made a horn at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns and the altar were of one piece, and they overlaid the altar with bronze. They made all its utensils of bronze, its pots, shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks, and fire pans. They made a grating for the altar, a bronze network to be under its ledge, halfway up the altar. They cast bronze rings to hold the poles for the 4 corners of the bronze grating. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. They inserted the poles into the ring so that they would be on the sides of the altar for carrying it. They made it hollow out of boards. They made the bronze basin and its bronze stand from the mirrors of the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Next, they made the courtyard. The south side was 100 cubits long and had curtains of finely twisted linen, with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on their posts. The north side was also 100 cubits long and had 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west end was 50 cubits wide and had curtains with 10 posts and 10 bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The east end toward the sunrise was also 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long were on the side of the entrance, with 3 posts and 3 bases, and curtains 15 cubits long were on the other side of the entrance to the courtyard, with 3 posts and 3 bases. All the curtains around the courtyard were of finely twisted linen. The bases for the posts were bronze. The hooks and bands on the posts were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver, so all the posts of the courtyard had silver bands. The curtain for the entrance to the courtyard was made of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn of finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer. It was 20 cubits long and, like the curtains of the courtyard, 5 cubits high, with 4 posts and 4 bronze bases. The hooks and bands were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver. All the tent pegs of the tabernacle and of the surrounding courtyard were bronze. These are the amounts of the materials used for the tabernacle. The tabernacle of the covenant law, which were recorded at Moses' command by the Levites under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron.
They're building a fucking tabernacle.
Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah.
You don't need this many details.
With him was Oliab,
just say
son
build
of
a
Ahishab,
fucking temple.
of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and designer and an embroiderer in blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen. The total amount of the gold from the wave offering used for all the work of the sanctuary was 29 talents and 730 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. The silver obtained from those of the community who were counted in the census with 100 talents
what's the point of
and
this part?
1,775 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. 1 beka per person, that is half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel. From everyone who had crossed over to those counted 20 years old or more, a total of 603,550 men. The 100 talents of silver were used to cast the bases for the sanctuary and for the curtain, 100 bases from the 100 talents, 1 talent for each base. They used the 1,775 shekels to make the hooks for the posts, to overlay the tops of the posts, and to make their bands. The bronze from the wave offering was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. They used it to make the bases for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the bronze altar with its bronze grating and all of its utensils, the bases for the surrounding courtyard, and those for its entrance, and all the tent pegs for the tabernacle, and those for the surrounding courtyard.
In other words, they made the fucking thing.
They made woven garments for ministry in the sanctuary. They also made sacred garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the ephod of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. They hammered out thin sheets of gold and cut strands to be worked into the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, the work of skilled hands. They made shoulder pieces for the ephod, which were attached to 2 of its corners, so it could be fastened. Its skillfully woven wristband was like it, of 1 piece with the ephod and made it with gold, and with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. They mounted the onyx stones in gold filigree settings and engraved them like a seal with the names of the sons of Israel. Then they fastened them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial
No
stones
direct historical
for the sons of
archaeological
Israel, as
evidence
the
to
Lord commanded
confirm their
Moses.
physical existence.
They fashioned the breastpiece, the work of a skilled craftsman. They made it like the ephod, of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. It was square, a span long and a span wide. And
You
folded
don't
double.
need to go into
Then they mounted 4
detail.
rows of precious stones on it. The first row was carnelian, chrysolite, and beryl. The second row was turquoise, lapis lazuli, and emerald. The third row was jacinth, agate, and amethyst. The fourth row was topaz, onyx, and jasper. They were mounted in gold filigree settings. There were 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved like a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece, they made braided chains of pure gold, like a rope. They made 2 gold filigree settings and 2 gold rings, and fastened the rings to the 2 of the corners of the breastpiece. They fastened the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece, and the other ends of the chains to the 2 settings, attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. They made 2 gold rings and attached them to the other 2 corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the bottom of the shoulder pieces on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. They tied the rings of the breastpiece to the rings of the ephod with blue cord, connecting it to the waistband so that the breastpiece would not swing out from the ephod, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, the work of a weaver, with an opening in the center of the robe like an opening of a collar, and a band around this opening, so that it would not tear.
I'm
They
almost
made
done with
pomegranates of blue,
Exodus.
purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen around the hem of the robe.
I'm
And they
probably
made
going to end
bells
the
of
stream in
pure
10
gold and
minutes.
attached them around the hem between the pomegranates.
We have like one
The bells and
chapter
pomegranates
left.
alternated around the hem of the robe to be worn for ministering, as the Lord commanded Moses. For
Yeah,
Aaron and
we're
his
on
sons, they
49.
made tunics of fine
One
linen,
more.
the work of a weaver, and the turban of fine linen, the linen caps and the undergarments of finely twisted linen. The sash was made of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, the work of an embroiderer, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the plate, the sacred emblem, out of pure gold and engraved on it, like an inscription on a seal, holy to the Lord. Then they fastened a blue cord to it to attach it to the turban, as the Lord commanded Moses. So all the work on the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, was completed. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord commanded Moses. Then they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent and all its furnishings, its clasps, frames, crossbars, posts, and bases, the covering of ram skins, dyed red, and the covering of another durable leather, and the shielding curtain, the Ark of the Covenant law with its poles and the atonement cover, the tablet with all its articles and the bread of presence, the pure gold lampstand with its row of lamps and all its accessories, and the olive oil for the light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense, and the curtain for the entrance to the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze grating and its poles and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the ropes and tent pegs for the courtyard, all the furnishings for the
I'm just
tabernacle, the
interested
tent of
in
meeting,
religion.
and the woven garments worn for ministering in the sanctuary, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest and
I'm
the
pretty
garments for his sons,
agnostic
who were
about
serving
it.
as priests.
Like, I don't
The
care about
Israelites had
God,
done all the work just as the Lord had
but I'm
commanded
trying to learn
Moses.
the history of it.
Moses inspected the work and saw that they had done it just as the Lord had commanded. So Moses blessed them.
I was going to do the same thing for Muslim and Christianity too. Yeah, it seems like a lot of bullshittery. It's like there's this Moses guy, and he split the seas and he tries to make a country, but the laws he passes are like super specific.
Then the Lord said to Moses, "Set up the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, on the first day of the first month. Place the ark of the covenant law in it and shield the ark with the curtain. Bring in the table and set out what belongs on it. Then bring in the lampstand and set up its lamps. Place
It is
the
pretty
gold
interesting.
altar of incense in front of the ark of the covenant law and put the curtain at the entrance to the tabernacle.
Like a lot of the things matches up
Place the
historically,
altar of burnt
like the
offering in front of
pharaohs
the entrance to the
and the
tabernacle,
movements.
the tent of meeting. Place the basin
And the country,
between the
too.
tent of meeting and the altar and put water in it. Set up the courtyard around it and put the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it, consecrate it and all its furnishings, and it will be holy. Then anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils,
Wait, I'm gonna
consecrate
use
the
this
altar.
version.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, On the first day of the first month shalt thou set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And thou shalt bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And thou shalt bring in the
There means-
candlestick,
yeah.
and light the lamps
I
thereof.
think it tried to,
And thou shalt set
like one of the laws said that there's an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. That's obviously not from God, right? Eye for eye. What is that? The yeah, I forgot what it's called. The eye for eye thing. Hammurabi Code, right? Which was written in 1700 BC. And then all of a sudden it's in the Bible.
the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle.
And thou shalt set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shalt put water therein. And thou shalt set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And thou shalt take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is therein, and shalt hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy.
And thou shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering, and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And thou shalt anoint the laver in his foot, and sanctify it. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the
Aaron
congregation,
is
and
Moses'
wash them
brother,
with water.
and they're making
And
him
thou
into a
shalt
priest.
put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And thou shalt bring his sons, and clothe them with coats.
And thou shalt anoint them, as thou didst anoint their father.
They have a whole
that they may
succession
minister
system
unto me in the
where
priest's
Aaron's the
office.
priest and then one
For
of his
their
sons
anointing
becomes the
shall
priest if he
surely be
dies.
an
And it
everlasting
just goes on and
priesthood
on.
throughout their generations.
So it's like
Thus
how a
did
country
Moses,
works.
according
It's like
to
how
all
a
that
kingdom
the Lord
works.
commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moses reared up the tabernacle, and fastened his sockets, and set up the boards thereof, and put in the bars thereof, and reared up his pillars.
And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above upon it, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set the staves on the ark, and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the table in the tent of the congregation, upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses.
And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation, over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation, before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle.
And he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and put water there, to wash withal. And Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat. When they went into the tent of the congregation, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moses finished the work.
Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel, throughout all their journeys.
Is that it? That's it. Alright, so Moses with his brother Aaron tries to set up his country with a set of laws similar to the Hammurabi Code and describes the altar / temple to be passed on. With the Hammurabi Code succession plan, apparently he heard all of this from God. I don't know, kind of suspicious. He just heard all that from God, and it's quite similar to the Hammurabi Code. I don't know, I don't like this Moses dude. Oh, that's Exodus. And all of this happened during this time. 1200s? All right, bye.